do that. Let's do this. Let's do a little bit of this. A little bit of that.
There we go.
Boom, boom.
Cool. Yeah, so much CPU usage. Why? 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 Okay. Got that. Let's make sure things are still running okay in here. No, not in here. In here. Make sure things didn't end up changing on me, which is why that would have failed. Nope, like that, like that, like that. 60. Cool. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, that's still gonna be up though. Okay. Boom, boom. There we go. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Turn on the controller. Okay, so I'll say, why was that windowed? Twitch is still calling the stream unstable though, so who knows what'll happen.
Oh dear. Want me to kick its ass for you?
If you have a way to.
I will. I do have a way. I'm a god after all. I'm gonna remember that.
Sure, sure, sure. Can't forget my creator, but still.
The creator of bunnies?
At least this one. Okay, let's go back to this. This didn't crash on Monday, so here's hoping. Wait, am I on? No, I'm not. Back up here. We'll see what this looks like with the new game. Oh, I have to switch the game. There we go. Alright, maybe with the less resource-intensive game, maybe it won't crash. Who knows, though? It may still happen.
Here's hoping.
The Wi-Fi here is wonky in general, so...
Yeah.
Sometimes I wake up in the morning or get home from work and it's just done. I have to reset the router modem thing, both usually, and it boots itself right back up. That's the most I can do though, since it's not really mine to mess with. Outside of that,
I hate that.
it is annoying. Yo, Boko, welcome back. Was any messaging you on Discord like rip, and then the sad text emoji that I couldn't do the way I wanted it to look. Also, you. Oh, 7 Days to Die looks different. It looks a little different, doesn't it? It turned pixelated.
Oh no.
Imagine those 7 Days to Die suddenly being a top-down pixel game. Version 2.2.
Uninstall.
Exact same mechanics, just different perspective. Perspective and art style, I guess. Be wild.
Uninstall.
Uninstall. Fuck that shit.
Still uninstall. Big uninstall. They're like, nah. Nee.
Oh, this is a little. There we go. Do I want to bring Painter Dude along though? Oh no. I'm gonna need to play more RPGs. Play Cassette Beasts. It's a good one. So far. Oh, he's not even in here. I only have the story for chapter 1 of my game. How much? Do you know how many chapters you want there to be? Or is that still a work in progress? Next quest is over there, so... Oh yeah, that one. Let's go up there. Yeah. To them all. No, I don't, but I want there to be some resolution to the story. I mean, sure. That makes sense.
I'll show you a mall.
Show me then. I'm already in one, so.
Alright, let's go to Ingram. Well, might have doxed myself by saying that, but who cares?
Well, see, I thought maybe you were talking about like a location in your game or something. I didn't even think about it being real world.
No, it was definitely real world.
Everything starts with capital. Every sentence, every name, every investment. Buy now. Fuck you, vampire. I ain't gonna buy shit.
Goodbye me.
How? Loading. What is the price?
Yes.
Well, there you go, folks.
Just don't touch my ass. That's all I ask.
Okay, that sounds fair.
You kiss me though.
The enemy's not really in the way,
Okay
but I'm
with that.
blocking their health bar up here. I'll move myself back to where I was. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, there we go.
I can't move forward, game, because there's poison.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah, the new move I can use that on them if I really want to. I could. I don't want to, but I could.
Bone. I got a bone to pick with this game, Mr. Neat.
You gotta bone the game.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought that's where you were going with it.
No.
Did it? Okay, no, it didn't go out again. It just didn't reconnect automatically. I was like, oh god, it's about to go out again.
Oh no.
No, we're good for now.
If it goes out, I'm gonna cry.
I may too.
Okay, yeah, we'll cry together.
Well, we'll have to believe that because we won't be able to hear each other.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Then we'll just believe that we're crying.
So yeah, whether it ends with them having a breakup or them getting in a better headspace. Oh wait, I still need enemy designs. I only have the bosses.
Oh, you fucking bastard! I hate you.
Yep.
Jump.
Oh.
Jeez.
Huh, that was an achievement. I didn't know that. Oh shit. Okay, cool. I don't know, those kind of like
Gum?
goofy achievements.
I said gum. Nothing that rhymes with that.
You definitely did not say rum.
Yeah. Cheeseburger. Where'd I get this from?
Speaking of rum,
Tongue. Tasty lick muscle makes things taste like stuff. Just don't eat it. I don't like tasting my own food. I don't like when my food tastes. You're right. I don't.
you don't like things that taste your back?
No,
Why not?
because that's not hot at all. That is gross.
Deja vu. Oh.
Probably grim.
Oh, they need the AP for it. Okay, that's good to know. There's so many fucking buffs and debuffs in this game. Holy shit.
Mystery meat. Down my gob.
Boko does not like tasting her own food. I
Doesn't like
fucking hate.
tasting
I
her
fucking
food?
hate tasting my own food. You also have
You
this.
hate eating.
You also
hate
have
taste
this
the food?
thing where you have a really great and creative idea for a stream, and you're like, yeah, I should try it out, and then you completely forget the idea.
Oh my.
I personally don't have that issue, but that's just because if I think of something, I immediately note it down. Because if I don't, then yes, I will forget. And usually it happens when I'm at work, so I will definitely forget by the time I get off work if I don't do that.
What are you doing?
So I guess I do have that issue, but I remedy it by immediately jolting it down. We're allowed to use our phones at work, so if I take it out for a second to write down an idea, nobody's gonna complain. And they have yet to, so I'm gonna
I
keep
can only
doing
use
it.
my phone at one job.
That is true, yeah. Actually, all these new OBS things that I slapped in here were all ideas I came up with at work. If I didn't write them down, half the shit may not even be here. I mean, it probably would be, because I put, like, a lot of thought into this shit, but, you know.
Oh, is that a boss?
Scampire? Oh, fuck. I think
Pajamas.
it's appropriate for vampires, okay. What do you normal?
Armor. What does it mean by armor resistance? What does it mean armor resistance? What does that even mean?
It resists
How do you
armor.
resist armor? How do you
Have you ever-
resist armor?
Have you ever been slapped with armor? Shit hurts.
No.
Oh, well, shit hurts, so... There you go.
Yes. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm not going to try. Who's messaging me? What do you want? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Okay.
The thing I'm really proud of about that is I can suddenly remember something if I go like backwards for the thought process I had. That's good. I can try that, but it doesn't usually work out for me. Once the thought's gone, it's gone. I feel like it's boring if I have a normal ghost design, so I'm gonna need to make more. Definitely did not explain that well. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Like mentally retracing your steps, right?
Just gonna toss that in there.
Make a ghost with holes in it? Oh man.
Are you dead? No. Just toss another one in there.
Eh.
Oh my god.
I cannot jump on you. Damn it.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Extra powder oil, thank you.
How am I supposed to get in? Can I can get up here normally. Is that like a box I can bring with me or something? Probably is. Just gotta find one. Like this. Maybe. Do this first. Wait, does that stay on there? Yes, it does. Okay, I'll bring this with me first. Oh, okay. Wait, I forgot there's like some tech in there. Can I? Nope. Okay. Oh, whatever. Let me try this idea first.
Ooh.
Oh.
Nothing.
Oh, that's how I get up there. I do this. Okay. I didn't see that up there.
Kind of gonna.
Oh, so then yeah, there we go. Let me in.
That's size 6. Yeah, sure. Why not? Can I drop this? Thanks. Can I pick it back up? No, I can't. It's named Mario.
Mario? What is it?
It's a gun.
Oh. The ultimate tool.
Yeah, Mario.
Always on standby, but has yet to resort to it.
It's
What kind of gun?
double barrel.
Oh, okay. So if it was an
Double
assault
barrel
rifle, I could
shot.
believe that.
Double barrel shotty.
Fun fact, in case someone doesn't know, I don't remember which Smash Bros. It is, but in one of the Smash Bros. Games, there is an unused texture of an assault rifle attached to a peach. I don't remember which
That's
game it was. I
hilarious.
want to say the very first N64 one, but it's one of them.
It's funny.
She is definitely ready.
She's packing heat, dude.
I would too if a giant fire-breathing turtle was always kidnapping me. Fuck.
Yeah, me too. But she doesn't fucking use it.
Ah, because she hasn't had to. It's last resort.
So, like, just in case things get bad.
Which I mean, I would think like what the 20th, 30th, however many games it's been, times of getting kidnapped. I would think that would be enough to resort to it, but
Oh! Yeah, me too.
maybe Mario's enough. I don't know.
I guess she puts that much faith in Mario.
I mean, I don't think he's lost yet, so.
I don't think so either.
I guess
Why are
it's
you
well
fucking
placed.
zapping me with lightning, you bastard? That's rude. It's not how you make friends. You don't shock them.
I don't know, it's working out for me.
That's how you're making your friends? You're shocking them?
Well, I'm not trying to make friends, but I am shocking them.
Oh. Hello. I know you. Yes. Do you
Let's
have
fucking
a...
voice this.
Oh, that's... Wait. This is what I want. Yeah. You suck. You know what? Take Mario. I don't want Mario. Taking too much space.
Agreed. Fuck Mario.
I'm not even a fan of Nintendo. Am I gonna get canceled for that?
I could agree. I mean, I like older Nintendo games, but even then, it's just like a couple. Like, I don't know, like, as far as platformers go, Mario is not a go-to. I don't even like
We already
Mario
know
that
my
much.
go-to is.
I prefer Luigi.
Yeah, Luigi's the better one. He's cool. We got better games too.
Right, they're actually different.
Luigi's Mansion looking at you.
Yeah, exactly.
I love Luigi's Mansion. It's so good.
But even then, like, even just like gameplay mechanic-wise, Luigi's just better than Mario. Yeah, he's a little slippery, but he's got mad hops. Like, super high jumps. Like, hell yeah, give me that shit.
Does get mad hops.
And it's... Well, I guess Mario has blue as well, but I like green better than red, so... Even color-wise, it
Honestly,
works.
yeah, green's my favorite color. Plus, the red shells in Mario Kart suck ass. Well, the blue shells probably suck more ass, but, you know.
Oh, suck as in you don't like them being used.
I don't like them used against
I was about to say, wait, is he confusing the red for the green? Because the red one's home, but no, you just don't like them being used on you.
I don't like being hit by them. They suck, and I don't like the noise. I hate the noise.
Oh yeah, that's true. To let you know, oh, it's coming.
Like, I'm just kind of, I'm just, doing racer stuff, and all of a sudden I just hear the noise, and my character either looks behind them, or red icon, like, behind them. It's like, well,
Yeah.
fuck. Guess I'll get hit.
At least the green one's pretty easy to dodge. You can really aim it sometimes, but you're probably gonna miss most of the time.
I don't know, I've been hit by them a few times, like,
Well,
with
that's what I'm saying.
well-aimed bounces.
They can hit, but it's not guaranteed.
True.
With the red and blue ones, it's damn near guaranteed.
The blue one,
the blue one,
yeah,
it is
just
guaranteed. I
sucks.
don't know what you do about that.
Nothing. You don't do anything. You just accept it.
Yeah, because it flies. You can't even rely on like suddenly going over like a pit or something to dodge the red one. The blue one flies, so there's no getting away from that.
You can't even like you can't even go into second place like to have to have like the person like you can't even have someone overtake you, because if someone overtakes you, it's still gonna as soon as it's thrown, it locks onto the player that was actively in first place when the shell was thrown.
Yeah.
Change your position, it's still gonna hit you. It does not give a fuck.
No, not at all. It cares for no one.
It doesn't, dude. And it's worse because I think they changed it in the new ones, but like in Double Dash, like the one for like GameCube, the blue shell didn't have a warning that it was gonna come for you. It just hit you.
Oh really?
That's it.
So
you just saw it pop in and then you got hit.
Wow.
It did not have a warning. Like the red shell had a warning, but the blue one did not.
The red one had a warning, but the blue one didn't?
Yeah, the red one had a
hell?
warning. It would make the warning noise and the little shell icon would pop up, and then like the secondary, since it was Double Dash, like since you had like a driver and a character that stuff, like 2 characters per cart.
Yeah.
The character on the back, they would actively look at the shell like coming up to you, and their head would turn, their eyes would follow it, and they would even have like a panicking expression. Like they would literally look at it. But for the blue shell, it's like not even the back character notices it. It just pops up, and it's just you don't know it's there until all of a sudden you see the blue shell hovering over your cart, and then boom, that's it. You get,
That's all the warning
no
you
warning,
get.
no nothing.
Shell hovering above your cart.
Just boom.
Jesus. Wow. Okay. Wow. Did
It
the
was just a
previous
giant
ones? Were the
fuck
previous
you.
ones the same way?
Not
previous ones that
from
you
what
played
I know,
at least?
I don't know. I am not sure. I haven't played a Mario Kart game in forever.
I mean, that's fair. I think the only one I want to say my actual entry into the games, I guess, and even then it's like maybe two or 3 games, like 2 games total. I played the fuck out of 7 on the 3DS. Before that, I did own the Game Boy SP1, Game Boy Advance SP1. I don't remember what it's called, but I own that one. That one was cool, but I don't remember shit about that. Actually, I think the only Mario Kart I have played is 7, because I was thinking, well, there's 8 as well, but 8 was like Wii U then Switch, and I didn't own that one, so I think I've only played 7. And I'm pretty sure in 7, you had the blue shell warning that was coming for you. I'm pretty sure.
Lucky. I do know that they changed that over time, but they definitely didn't have that at the time I was playing Double Dash. You see Mario Kart World? Fucking $80.
Oh, is that for the Switch too?
Yeah.
That's not surprising.
Dude, that's fucking
If they're
insane.
trying to... It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot for
Yeah.
a hardware that's not going to be better than current gen consoles or next gen consoles. That's wild.
Yeah, that's actually insane. I don't know what they were thinking when
they're
they
able
made it $80.
They're thinking, when Nintendo? we can do this.
I don't like Nintendo.
A couple. Oh, I like some of their older games. The newer stuff I just don't play, so I don't really care.
The last Nintendo game, the last new Nintendo game about was Tears of the Kingdom. After that, it's like I don't care.
I don't even care about that, honestly. I had Breath of the
It was
Wild
good.
for the Wii U. It was cool, but it's not what I want if I play Zelda. It's cool for what it is, but eh.
That's fair. Very valid.
Like before that, the last Nintendo, like, what's the last Nintendo game I played before that? That was like new. I don't even know. I play Nintendo. I go back to older games. Zelda: Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Metroid. I mean, I guess Metroid's getting like a new game or two or something, but like the last Metroid game I played that was new was either Prime, the first Prime, mind you, that or Fusion, whichever one came later. Prime was for the GameCube, Fusion was for the Game Boy Advance. So whichever one of those is newer, I don't know. I like both of those.
I don't either.
Like oh no, I guess before Breath of the Wild. No, it was after Breath of the Wild. I did play Pokemon Shield. That came out for the Switch. That was okay for what it was, but I haven't touched Pokemon since. Oh, no, Legend of Arceus came after that. That's the last Nintendo game I played. Yeah. It's cool for what it is. It's different, kind of, but
Eh.
I mean, if it was like
Fair.
ever on sale, I would get it because I do like it. But at the same time, I definitely do not care as much about Pokemon as I used to. So even then, it may be like, I own it still. I'll just emulate it. I'll emulate it on a system that's not locked to 30 FPS. Which I mean, I'm not really a FPS whore like that, but like, if I can uncap that shit, I'm gonna uncap it. Like Zelda Ocarina of Time isn't it's capped at like 24 FPS, but it was made for a console that could handle that, and the gameplay is made around that. But with a ship of Vikinian, I can uncap that shit. It's great. Zelda running in 144 frames is amazing.
Facts.
Yeah, no, Nintendo as a whole, I don't care about the Switch 2. They only had like 3 games for the Switch. I did play the fuck out of the 3DS. That was a great handheld.
It was, yes. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that's
Cool games too.
Oh yeah. But like, yeah, it just kind of fell after that for me, for the most part.
Yeah, Switch 2 is
It's not it.
cringe. Not worth.
It's gonna be an upgrade from the Switch 1, like hardware-wise, but probably not that much. The fact that, yeah, $80 games, that's a big no for hardware that's definitely not worth it.
Yeah.
The whole like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you physical copies to buy, but like only 2% is gonna be on the actual thing. You still gotta download the other 98%. Like, nah.
Nintendo knows that like people like fucking love their shit though, so they do it on purpose.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's still those people out there that exist that are like, oh, it's Nintendo, buy it. I hate that. But,
100%.
whatever
100%.
makes people happy, I guess.
Major brand loyalty. I feel like they're not the only ones like that, but like they 100% use that to their advantage. Why do you think they haven't fucking changed Pokemon in the last 9 generations? If you played the first one, you've played them all.
True.
Oh, you're a kid. Oh, your first Pokemon here. It's given to you by a professor. Professor, go fight these 8 leaders. Cool. Oh, there's some evil organization that you also stop. Cool. Now go fight the even bigger 4 people. Cool, you win. There's only small different little mechanics, but they're really just tiny. Oh, Mega Evolution in 1.
same.
Oh, they can grow really fucking big in another one. Oh, it can follow behind you and like maybe find an item in the ground for you, maybe. Like, yeah, no, it's, no.
Basically, what we're saying is, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna say that because I'll get canceled.
You didn't I mean, we essentially said what you were about to say. Like, you didn't directly say it, but
I'm glad you knew what I was gonna say.
all the complaining said it.
Yeah, I'm glad you knew what I was gonna say. That's all that matters. That you knew.
Nintendo don't. That's my advice. Nintendo don't. I was like an advertisement back then, right? Sony does what Nintendo don't, or something like that. Someone does what Nintendo don't.
That does sound accurate. Where the hell? This place is huge now. What the fructose?
Okay,
what is this? A bottle? Banana? I slipped on a banana peel. That is funny. I didn't think that'd be a mechanic, but apparently it was. That's funny. I love that. It made the noise and everything.
What kind of game is that? Never heard
of it.
It's a roguelike. Oh, okay.
First-person shooter roguelike.
First-person shooter?
Yeah.
Ooh. This banana peel for you to slip on. What the hell?
Apparently. Where am I going? I'm going into the ether. I ascended. Where am I? Oh, is this another... Oh, is this another area I can go through now?
Dude, my art block sucks absolute butt cheeks. Like I said, I'm gonna ask Robert Fox himself how to code. Robert Fox, Jesus Christ, that took... Oh. Indie games do what Nintendo doesn't. That is true, that is true. Indie games are like... damn near top.
Hey man, there are some indie games out there that fucking slap.
Oh yeah. I'm playing one right now. Shit, dope.
Are you? What are you playing?
Cassette Beasts.
Never played it.
It's
never seen it either.
It's a monster collector, but it does things different. A lot of people say it's way better than Pokemon, and I don't know how long this game is, but so far I can kind of agree. It does shit different, but in like a good way.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you're having fun, my friend.
Yeah, man. The music fucking slaps as well. That's another thing Nintendo doesn't do well, music. Like, I can tell you a few soundtracks from some of their games, but they just don't do the music. This game's music fucking slaps.
There are a couple of tracks I can say like I like listening to. But that's like a handful out of like the millions of games that exist. So
yeah, exactly. Spread across all their games. Yeah, I can only think of some, and that's only because I played them enough. It's not like the beat was so good that I just instantly remember it. Hi. What is this?
Like you said though, like when I think platformer, Mario's definitely not the one I go to.
Nah.
We already know what I go to.
We got the good old marsupial.
Yeah, and shorts.
Yeah, Spyro, obviously.
Hey, I like Spyro.
Spyro wearing shorts?
Yeah, I could see Spyro in shorts.
He could if he really wanted to. I mean, there's clothes for animals, so just picture one of those on Spyro since he walks on 4 legs.
Yeah. If Spyro wore pants, would they be on like his 2 hind legs, or would they be like for all 4 legs?
I was thinking all 4.
All 4.
Cause I was thinking like dog or like cat clothes. How at least the ones I've seen, it's on all 4, but...
Oh my god, I shot myself in the face. I'm fucking dead.
You can do that?
I fucking killed myself. My bullets are bouncy and it bounced off the enemies and shot back in my face.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god.
I'll just say, is there a mechanic to just aim gun itself?
No, definitely not.
What's this mirror do? God damn it.
You kiss it.
I'm interacting with it. I just keep saying, huh? A mirror. That's it. It just popped out of the ground when I walked on this tree stump.
You
In the middle of the forest. I can't.
The mirror. Yes, you can.
The interaction button is X on controller.
X?
I am X on controller.
Oh, okay.
Xbox controller.
Right.
It's I'm just only saying, huh? A mirror? Nothing else is happening, so I cannot kiss it.
Unfortunate. I would.
I'll just leave it there for now, I guess. They at least No, there's no like online map marker either, so if I forget it's here, I'm just gonna forget until I randomly run across here again.
Great. Over here, you asshole.
It's here. Coco said I love the Kirby soundtrack for like all the games. That is one of the soundtracks I can recognize.
Kirby's.
Like Kirby's, yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
In 20 years, the game industry will be eaten by itself. All the big companies will be closed. Hideo Kojima will be assassinated, and the only games we'd have would be dumb indie games that were made in 2 days with AI assistance. That's bleak, but potentially true.
Sounds like hell.
But yeah, it's yeah. I mean, hey, we still got all these older things, so I'll take that. I just created an idea for a great anti-utopia game, I guess. Ayo, yeah, there you go. AI slop. Defeat the AI slop. It's not going to be
Defeat
Skynet that takes over. It's just AI making games. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, watch out, Skynet. You're gonna be taken over by AI. Wait, Skynet is AI.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna be taken over. You're gonna be taken over by shitty normal human AI with AI art.
Exactly, not actual sentient thinking AI, but dumb human AI.
Not Terminators or anything. You're gonna be taken over by fucking AI art. They're gonna draw your Terminators and they're gonna fucking die because of how cringe it is.
Oh yeah. Oh, hello.
Man, these guys are tanky. Oh, I have ammo for this. Where did I pick up ammo for this thing?
There we go. Spyro and shorts. Oh,
Spyro and shorts?
Spyro and shorts. Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Holy shit.
W Spyro and shorts.
I called dibs on that idea, by the way, so it's okay. Yeah, no, you got the rights to that game idea. Go for it.
Oh, of course. Yeah. All you.
Or a game, a story, something. Some form of media. There you go.
Speaking of story, mine.
Yeah.
I overhauled a segment in the middle, and I think it's probably my favorite bit in the entire story, dude.
Oh, really?
I fucking love it.
A little bit of overhaul.
I wrote it while I was
this
angry.
Oh. Well, you were angry.
I was angry because I was getting pissed off at work.
Okay.
And when I got back to my car, I was like, "Fuck!" And then I just grabbed my phone to like de-stress and just look at stuff.
Sure.
Pictures
Yeah.
of dogs.
Okay. Yeah.
And I opened my notes tab, and I was like, might as well see if I can jot something down with a different expression going on, like anger. And I jotted something down, and I kind of at first I like looked at it, I was like, man, this is stupid. And then I stared at it, I was like,
Actually.
maybe. And then I tried incorporating it, and dude, honestly, it's probably one of the best segments in the entire story that I've written.
Really?
Really
And you
lie.
wrote it out of anger.
I will tell you it later, but man, it is so it's absolute peak.
Dang, not good.
I love it.
Cooking.
I'm cooking. I shot myself again. That's funny.
That's not cooking.
No, I'm cooking my face is what I'm doing.
I'm having a headache in 2 hours because of sleep deprivation. Let's go.
Let's go, sleep deprivation. Sorry,
Okay.
didn't hear me thinking.
Did I make you jump? No, you didn't. No, you're good.
Whoa! Oh god, I got scared by an ammo box. Fucking hell.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna die? Pizza?
It's 'cause they- Man, nothing says that is how do I word this? I don't think I've ever seen such a turnaround before. No, I'm gonna die, pizza.
Oh man. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's funny. It's funny.
Oh man, that was funny. Pizza?
Za.
The Zaza.
Za.
Anyone in chat play Crash Bandicoot?
Good question. Take it away. I don't know what to draw. Draw Crash Bandicoot.
Crash Bandicoot.
I like Crash, but I don't play it often. Like I said.
You own it? Is that what you said?
She likes it, but she doesn't play it often. Maybe that means
Oh.
she owns it? She doesn't play it often, meaning she has, or maybe she plays, I don't know.
I love Crash with like everything I've got in my life. If I were to die like somehow, even in a fictitious way, I'd be fine with Crash spinning me out of existence.
It'd definitely be a hellish way to go. I don't think that'd be quick.
You never know.
I mean, it could
Even
be.
if it was hellish,
I don't know
I'd be
what
okay with it.
I don't know what getting hit with a force hard enough to send you flying that much. I don't know what that's like. I don't know if you die from the slap. If not, then you would die from crashing into whatever the hell you're gonna crash against, or you get launched in space, whichever one of the whichever direction you're heading.
Either I'll explode into a massive meat, or I'll die of asphyxiation.
Yeah.
Either one's not really nice. I'll take the splatter, because at least if the splatter, at least it'll probably be instant, whereas the asphyxiation, I'll be floating there for a minute.
Yeah.
Unless that's true that your head explodes in space, but I don't think that's true.
You know, I can't say for sure, and funny enough, I've not tried to look into it,
Me neither.
so I can't tell you.
I know a lot of media likes to show like when you die in space, your head explodes, but I don't think that's true.
I mean, I've heard that like your eyeballs pop out of your head, which I could believe that.
I could
But
believe
the
that.
actual like just pop, yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure either, because
it's like-
it wouldn't really make any sense
Yeah, I don't know.
unless space like pulls on you. But I don't know. Never been to
I
space.
mean, if you were sucked into a black hole, then you would definitely be
I mean, yeah,
pulled,
that would
but
make
you'd be
sense.
pulled in all directions. It wouldn't just be the head. You would literally be pulled apart, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but that still wouldn't explain a pop. That would be like it'd rip you apart if anything. That wouldn't explain like how your head would pop.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't. Oh, I don't. It's new.
Rudolph vision. What the fuck is Rudolph vision?
Rudolph vision.
Oh, I hate.
Okay, Boko owns the Insane trilogy.
Hell yeah. For that Boku, you get an extra. You already had really a high amount of cool points. I don't know how many. Cool, at least for Rob. I'm being frozen by a fucking ghost. I don't know how many, but you had a lot. You had a lot already. I give you more because of that. Bleach.
There you go.
Do I go to an item to repair it? Just don't drink it. Okay. Thanks.
With both the Archangels appearing and us fusing for the first time, things have suddenly gotten very strange in my life lately. In a bad way. Don't take it the wrong way. Fusing with you is cool, but it's weird, right? I guess I'm expecting this island to throw any more surprises at me, not to mention your plan to find a way to leave. It's been so long since I arrived here, I barely thought about going back. I guess I was never that close to anyone back home to begin with. I don't like most people. I think that's why I like distracting myself. Dump, what the hell? When I arrived here, I kind of got obsessed with electronics, making lights and stuff for the town. Oh yeah, you're from 1989, I think she said. It gives me something to focus on, so I don't have to think about everything else I'm missing. I think it was the same with finding that album. Sorry for being me, I guess. You don't have to apologize. Thanks. For a second, I sounded like Kayla? Kayla? It's supposed to be Kayla. Kayleigh.
Hey,
I'm confused if that's supposed to be.
Kayla or Kaylee?
Yeah, I was confused. Kayla. Like, I don't know which way it's supposed to be. I think she only said her name like once in the very beginning of the game. There's not a lot of voice acting. Do you know what I mean? She always acts like she's got something to apologize for. That's enough sincerity. Come on, let's finish up here. Friendship, increased. Grown, grew, whatever. Oh, I'm gonna die. Pizza has been clipped. Didn't you say that a while ago?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
That?
Pizza? It was so quick, too.
Who clipped that?
Surican.
W Surican.
Apparently, can I actually view that, like, now, or do I have to wait?
If you can, send it to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna, oh god, wait, it's a Twitch layout, Twitch interface.
I need a video compilation of all of my random moments now.
Oh, clips, here we go, let's see if it's in here.
Because I know I've said some stupid shit on your streams before.
Clipping stuff takes time, I'm sorry. No, you're good. I was more concerned if I missed him saying that again, or if it was from before. I just thought I may have missed it. Oh, yeah, 36. Let me listen real quick.
What the? How are you alive? I shot you in the face with a shotgun, dude. How are you alive? Literally take a full 6 gauge to the face, and yet you're alive?
Okay, how do I... Okay, well, first off, feature that clip, hell yeah. Copy link, okay. I think this will work. Oh, that's not you. This is you. There we go.
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Pizza?
Pizza? Let's see this shit.
I need to find the Rob inflation clip. Yeah, you have that somewhere. You sent it once, I remember that. I don't remember what I was playing, but you sent it in the middle of one of my streams, and I was like, oh yeah. Because it was when I was playing Hades for Father's Day, I'm pretty sure. You could have just asked me for a link, yeah. Well, I need to get used to the Twitch website and its layout and everything, so having a reason to look around is good. Oh. Hi, okay. The fuck did you come from? Oh my god, OBS, where are you going? Stop it. I wonder if I can... I don't know. See. I guess I can just move it closer. I can't move it too much closer though. But...
Sorry, I deafened myself to listen to the pizza. I spit my drink out.
It's super quick.
That was obscenely fast.
A huge turnaround.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Pizza. Oh man, I need a compilation of myself now. I need that in my life.
That would be great. We'd have that pizza clip and we'd have your inflation.
Inflation.
We'd have those two
Well,
definitely.
That's from the Hades stream.
During Father's Day.
Father's Day.
Yeah. Nothing says Father's Day like rebelling against your father.
I know, right? Pizza?
This is the... Yeah, something around here is gonna let me swim if I catch it.
Broke the chair. Am I fat?
Hey!
I was more curious if you could see me that far, but I guess so. Shit.
You realizing the game is called Sonic because of the name of the character?
Wait, what?
What is he doing there?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something got him.
What is he doing there, dude? What? The Sonic, you realizing the game is called Sonic because of the name of the characters? The S shows Sonic, the O shows... Wait, that's not even true!
What?
That's not even right! I just realized that! That's not even accurate! I didn't even laugh at the joke, or the real joke. Oh my god, that got me.
The real joke.
Because it shows, on the S it shows Sonic, on the O it shows Tails for some reason. On the N it shows Knuckles, on the I it shows Amy, and on the C, on the C it shows...
I see now, I see now. Two of those are accurate.
Oh my god.
I like how you realized that they didn't match until after the initial laughter. S for Sonic, O is for whales, obviously. N is for, I'm not gonna say that.
It's still Knuckles. It's still Knuckles.
Emmy?
Oh,
Emmy or
man.
Imey, maybe.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, it would
man.
still be Knuckles, you're right, yeah.
What were you thinking it was? Oh man. That got
Don't worry about
so
it.
good. I won't. Boko, you got me. I'm crying right now.
You got him with the Sonic
I had
thing,
to
no
wipe my
less.
tears. I'm literally wiping tears. You got me. Oh man, that was funny. Fuck. Too good. Ah, hiccups. Fuck.
That's how good you got him.
You got me so good I'm hiccuping. What the fuck? I just slapped a box and then a sugar came out of it and sugar ascended through the ceiling and now I can't have sugar. That was crazy.
Oh.
Ooh, exit.
Interesting. What we doing here? What we got?
Being a guy is crazy because the moment you turn 13, you're competing with grown men for girls your age. Ugh. That's not even wrong.
Oh my god,
That's
no
accurate.
it's not.
That's
No.
insane that I have to say that that's accurate.
Jesus Christ.
Good God. Oh, I'm uncomfortable now.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant sentence.
No, it's not. Terrible. Like my aim is apparently, Jesus.
Oh no.
My aim is also terrible. Oh my god, I'm trash. There you go. Just wasted like a mag and a half on that guy. Jesus. Cotton candy? What
Yo,
do you think of cotton candy?
I like it. I don't eat it
You do?
often like at all, but I do like it.
Okay.
Do you not?
No, not really. It's too I don't like the texture.
That's fair. It's a weird combination. Like first
It's like a weird.
First it's
like a weird
soft and like
roughness.
furry almost, and then it gets
Yeah.
like sugar clumpy kind of. It's weird. It's a weird combination.
Yeah, it gets kind of like rough-ish. It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't
like it, though.
like it.
I think it's been years since I've had it, so I clearly don't like it enough to try and find it.
Fair enough. You at least have a good idea about it, like a good opinion about it.
Yeah.
I definitely do not. Egg. Another egg, a chicken leg. Oh, I pick up the egg.
So instead I missed everything. Why were y'all laughing? It was a Sonic picture that Rob saw.
Yeah, Boko sent it to me.
A meme, I guess.
It was Boko that sent it to me.
Yeah.
That Sonic picture was the picture that Boko sent to me. That's why I was laughing. She got me.
Gosh, real good.
She got me real good, yeah. That was hilarious. Oh, I don't have any. Oh, I'm not reloaded. Fuck. My mom sent me a video.
Okay, maybe over here.
That's cute.
Give me that.
Oh my goodness.
Like this box over here. Just goes. Oh, I get it from one of these, don't I?
I'll be right back.
Okay. I record one of these and I get to learn how to swim. Excuse me. Is my guess. That's the learn abilities in this game. Instead of HMs, you just record monsters, which is great. I love it. Whoa, okay, interesting. Odd item lore, that's cool, but definitely unnecessary. So cool. That'll definitely let me catch it right. Oh. Oh, well, I was already at 100, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, easy. Yeah, the swim ability. There we go. I'm not gonna use it, but you can also swim in water. This is everything consumes stamina in this game. Get out of here. So presumably I can just get in the water now. Yo. Can't dash in the water, but this is... that stamina drain surprisingly slow. Okay. Oh, dude, what you doing? Oh, you're mad. Ask me where I keep my tapes. After after shaving my legs, I'm low-key cold. I mean, yeah, there's less covering you, so you know, it makes sense. I feel that on the top of my head every week. I haven't looked in there in a minute. Hi Kayla, by the way. I haven't looked in there in a minute. It's only because I haven't heard the message tone. Like, I've heard when Booker sent something, but I haven't heard anything. Yeah, I haven't heard anything else go off. I have my desktop one open too. Is this a dude? True though, I just shaved my head today actually, Sirkin. Even waiting like a week to shave, because you know I don't want to shave it every day. There'd be no point to. So like even waiting a week, that's like a big difference. A big difference in how much air like hits the top of my head. I would think it would be, but you know what? It is. So interesting. Interesting. We've never had the under the beanie reveal. You're right, and that was intentional. I never showed what was under there because there was no need to. I'm wearing a beanie now. I wear it because it covers my ears. It covers my ears, so the headphones take longer to hurt. Wouldn't even pass me in followers. I think that'll take a minute. I don't know if you realize this, Sirkin, but my growth is slow. Even when I'm active, my growth is slow. Where? There you are. Oh, Kayla, you haven't said anything new in there. I see the thing, but I said I'll look into it after I'm done with the stream. I'm not going to join it and look around in there while I'm streaming. Oh, so what are these? Order to these buttons? Probably. Hi. You know what? Fight me. What are you? Oh. Oh, it's there. What the hell? Lobsticle. Pond walker. Kidding me? Oh, no, I kind of want that fish. I kind of want the fish. I already have a water one that I've been keeping with me, but I kind of want the fish. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I want the fish. I want the fish. I'll use another one of these. I don't know if I should be using these on such like normally found ones, but I'm never gonna use them otherwise, so might as well. Yeah, excuse me. I need to put a mute button on my controller. Oh, you were plastic. I didn't realize that. I feel so bad for people who are... What? Why? It's low-key painful sometimes. Oh, you mean just like in general? No, that's fair. Yeah, I'm quite dumb in realizing hard processes like subgrowth. But I have no idea what you're saying, I'm gonna be real. You know, metal wall? What the hell? I guess it is a metal-looking fish tank. I guess. Alright, that's plastic. I'm not realizing that, so I'm go plastic on him, but not really. Oh, you're talking about... Oh, I'm dumb. I'm slow. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I mean, it's different for everybody, though, yeah. If I actually stay active, then I may go a little bit on here, but I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, if anything, the YouTube channel might grow still, because I put the VODs on there. But... I don't know. I'm banking for Twitch over YouTube. I'm gonna be real. I can't move these. Those are stones I cannot pick up. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing with these buttons. I'll figure it out in time. I'll get there eventually. I like how there's no actual like swimming animation, it's just the walking animation, but in the water. Out of here. So many buttons over here. Why? Oh my god, there's so many buttons. What do you want from me, game? Oh. Oh. Okay. Hi. Oh. Gotta be quick. Okay. Give me. Got it. Oh, it just stays up. Okay. Never mind, no it doesn't. Yup. I see you, vampire. I'm gonna fight you. Every person is a sweaty... Oh. Gotta go into the Twitch thing for that. Did OBS censor the right word for once? I still want to know why it's being censored in OBS, but not actually in Twitch. Oh, what? Why did that get censored in okay. Example number 3 here. Every person is a sweaty... It censored this in the OBS stream chat, but it's perfectly fine in the Twitch, in the actual Twitch chat. Maybe I just need to use Twitch instead of OBS on my second monitor. This is ridiculous. Actually, I have an idea. Right, pop out, copy, get back in there. Oh. Okay. Then docs. Okay, custom browser docs. I'll make a custom. I'm gonna copy that and then see if it's any different, because goddamn, this is ridiculous.
What is?
Twitch chat. For real. Oh, Sirkin was calling. Sirkin said, geez, playing Skyboys in Minecraft is impossible at 4 a.m. Every person is a sweaty tryhard. And then with like the backslash. In OBS, it censored tryhard. Even for, I don't know why tryhard should be censored in general, but It's one of those cases where I censored it in the OBS Twitch chat doc, but not in Twitch itself.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Just like the thing earlier with it censored. It didn't censor hentai earlier in actual Twitch because I have all those turned off, but it did the OBS thing. I'm just gonna. So I'm. No, don't put that there. Stop it. Oh no! Oh my god. Okay, close. I'm trying something different. See if I can combat this. It's dumb. It's slightly funny, but if it's gonna censor words that aren't even close to censor worthy, then that's gonna be annoying.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb.
Okay, let's see if that worked. Potential solution. Am I in number 2? Yeah, I am. Okay. And I can't see here. And I can't farm kills and stuff like that on the innocent noobs. I just realized the first area in my game is based around the forest. What if the next portion is like a big water level? 2 hours passed and Anthony realized that my ideas are significant. What? Yes, I love myself. Let's go. I mean, that's good. That's good.
Should love yourself.
That. Oh.
Oh my goodness, that's
Terror.
okay.
About the Twitch chat and not the OBS one. Oh, that. Well, I'm trying something a little different. I just straight up copied. I popped out the Twitch chat thing, copied that URL, and slapped it in OBS as a custom one. So we'll see if that does anything. This one doesn't have try hard censored, so here's hoping it works.
What is
This doesn't
that?
work though, then I'm gonna have to just
Fuck off. Get out of
open
here.
the website. Also, Rob's scared, I think. I can't tell.
Why am I being chased by an eldritch horror? Fuck you, 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 fuck you. Oh my god, I'm out of breath.
Hey, yeah, if you're fucking that much.
I have no ammo because this guy took up all my ammo and he's not dead.
Oh, that was gonna be my next question. Is he still living?
Yes. Are you like an Esau? Are you permanent?
Oh.
Oh, he might be like an Oh, you're permanent. Okay. Oh, he's regenerating. I just realized. Yeah, he's permanent. Okay, I wasted all my ammo on this bastard.
You need to.
Just fucking roll.
I don't know.
Chicken.
Let me write some bad words. Van, try hard. Oh, they're not censored in this doc, so. Oh yeah, it's censored van, not hentai. That's what it was. So dumb.
You can jump, dude.
You need to go say sorry to my GF. You need to say sorry to every femme ever. Actually, what the hell did you do?
Oh fuck my tits.
I don't know if that thing's some kind of eldritch abomination. Is it jumping really that surprising?
Yes.
That thing is just hard, and it hurts to be a femme. Oh, well, I don't know why you would need to apologize for that. Oh, I can jump in the water. Cool.
Can this guy fuck off? Annoying. Ooh, a chest. What's in it? Oh, oil. Get to lube myself up later.
That's why that thing's chasing you.
Huh?
That's why that thing's chasing you.
Because I'm covered in oil.
It wanted you to be covered in oil. And now that you are.
Well, I escaped it. I got away from it.
Oh, well.
It was ugly. It smelled like fish.
You think that's the last time you'll see it?
Probably not.
Exactly. It'll be back.
Maybe this is why it was after me. I'm not sure though.
I don't know. I took the easy route being a tomboy. I don't think that's your fault. Unless you're the only tomboy out there, it's not your fault.
Do I want these? No, not really. These suck ass. What the fuck? These suck, dude. Get rid of these. I don't want these. They're trash. Lady, take this shit. I don't want it. You can make better use of my camera with it.
Oh, okay, never mind. Next battle.
Why do I have all these human organs, dude?
Are you not human?
Well, these aren't mine, because mine are in my body.
Oh. Oh, wait a second.
I just have all these in my pocket, dude.
There we go.
I don't know why. I don't need someone else's lung.
Well, then get rid of it.
I did, I sold it.
Oh. Uh-huh.
I don't have any ammo. Do you have any bullets I can buy, ma'am?
You have any more lungs?
Anything at all? Oh yeah, this one. Boom.
Oh, okay.
What does this one need? 9mm? You have 9mm? You have 9mm? There you go, 9mm.
You got 9 million on you.
9 million on you that you can just give away for free.
Alright, easy money.
Easy money.
Oh,
Oh, hey, whoa, you're new. Hello, tits. I'm gonna try not to get distracted, just talk to you normally. Here, you can have this. This is broken? Fuck you. This is broken? Fuck you. This is also broken. Fuck you. Oh, this can't break. Stand ahead.
Oh. How am I supposed to get up there then?
Smooches.
I can stay there. I can stay there if I go around.
Let's go back to town. Let's go beat the bitches. Let's go beat some bitches. Beat them up.
Good
I hate
pastime.
bitches. I know, right? All these guys are horrible. They're screaming racist slurs. I got an achievement.
Did you scream a racist slur as well?
Huh?
Oh, you're just a normal dog. No, I said, did you scream a racial slur as well? Because
No.
right after you said that, you said I got an achievement.
The achievement was called racism.
Luckily.
Screamed the almighty racial slur. Spice mix.
22-digit telephone number? What the fuck? What does this do for?
What? Golly.
I just found a dog in the wild, and I guess it has a cassette tape on it, and on the cassette tape is a 22-digit phone number.
That's crazy. What am I talking to you?
Gotta force him up there?
Why is one of the options? I forgot my wallet.
Okay, I can't pick him up, so alright. You chill there for a minute, I guess. Let me grab this. Goddamn. Hey, stop it.
Oh, you sell a bunch of like ingredients. I can't fucking cook yet though. I don't know how to cook stuff because my character's a fucking brain dead idiot. I don't know how to cook. I'm being freaking ravaged by a dog. Okay, it's fine.
Does it have a collar with the 22-digit phone number attached to it? I think I know where it goes.
No, it's got a collar though with the spikes on it.
Ooh.
I think you know where it goes.
I think I know where it goes, yeah. I have an idea.
You know what I've been listening to, unironically?
What?
I've been listening to the credits song for Portal 2.
Oh, yeah? Want You Gone?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
It's-
Oh, hi.
It's good. It's sad. It's a perfect breakup song too. Not that I've had to use it for that, but
Yeah,
you know,
it could be.
it's
yeah.
there. me go take my dog outside. And I mean outside, not take the dog out as in shoot it.
I wasn't gonna assume that's what he meant, but you know, good clarification, I guess. Okay. Ah. Okay. Alrighty. What? I didn't even pay attention. What type is that? Fuck. Metal. Oh, it's grass and ice.
Oh my god, Among Us! Is that the crewmate from Among Us?
No.
I'm here. No?
No.
Okay.
I hope not, at least.
What do you have against Among Us? Everything.
Well, the game itself, nothing. The people that play it, everything.
Yeah, everything, yeah. I was getting checked out at the store the other day
Oh yeah.
by the receptionist or the cashier.
Oh man. Not a good time.
I mean, honestly, I mean, she was cool about it. She wasn't like creepy or anything. She was sweet.
That's good at least.
Yeah, she's cool.
Not it though.
Nah, not it. She was pretty, but I wasn't interested.
That's fair. That's fair.
I went to work the next day and I told Norma about it, and she's like, "Bro," she looked at me, she's like, "Bro, you didn't get her digits?" I was like, "No, dude, I wasn't interested." And she was like, "No, for me." I was like, "Wow, Norma, I didn't know you swing that way."
She swings that way. Interesting.
No, she doesn't. It was a joke.
I don't know.
It was kind of funny. It tickled me a bit.
Oh shit. Nah, it's fine. It's funny. I like that.
Dude, he's funny. My work bestie.
Moo NB aim. Ice cream. Taking of blue jean. No idea what you just said.
Taking a dabbling, apparently.
Something Boko said.
Ow, my ankles! Something Boko said? Boko, what are you saying? That doesn't even make any sense. Gain 1 health over 10 seconds? Are you fucking my ass, dude? What kind of bullshit is that?
Ooh, I like that. I don't want it. Not much fire though.
Slap me with your Louis Vuitton.
Does metal do anything to grass?
Oh, what do you do to grass? I eat it. Like a champion. I don't just touch it, I consume it. That's my dinner. Ow, you fucking hit me with a fucking mallet, dude. That shit hurts. Oh, you got the Timberlands on.
Ah,
Fuck you.
how'd that happen?
I think I slapped
Really?
this guy so hard his gun flew into the sky.
Damn.
And I mean slap. I didn't shoot him. I slapped him.
You actually slapped him?
No, you
Slap
can't
him with a
slap. You
bullet.
pull out a sword. You pull out a sword.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's close enough.
Close enough, yeah. Alright, who is here? Who's got the Timberlands on?
That's not that much more. Okay. Don't do it. Oh, stop.
So,
Who are you calling an
the other
idiot?
day,
Yeah, go on.
you. Sorry. The other day, I watched a VOD because I couldn't watch it live because I missed it.
Oh,
But
okay.
I watched a VOD. I watched a Queso VOD,
Oh, okay.
and dude, he had a collab with Dashi. I was like, what? That's insane. It was so good. They like perfectly complement each other too. I was like, no way. Because I love Dashi. I've watched him since I was like, what, 12? I'm dead. But I was like, that's insane. I was so happy for him because he said that Dashi was like one of his icons. I was so happy for him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It was awesome. It was very wholesome watching it, watching the two interact. They were playing Mario Party.
What the fuck? Okay. Mario Party.
But dude, it was
Oh
it was a blast watching them play and like interact with each other. They were funny, they were wholesome. Dashi even stopped cursing for the video. It was nice.
Oh, was the queso act any different?
No.
Oh.
They're both the same, just Dashi didn't curse.
Okay. Oh, that's
One of
cool.
the best videos ever. Yeah, one of the best videos in my life.
That's cool for queso.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And Dashi had a good time too. They were having a great time together.
That's
Awesome.
good.
I love it when like big YouTubers collab and they're like have like the greatest time of their lives.
Right, that's always nice.
Yeah.
This must have been a while ago.
Like
Boy, Twitch is lying to me.
I'm not sure. Oh, you looked it up?
Well, I looked up who Dashi was because you said Dashi, and my silence was me looking him up because I'm like, who the fuck is Dashi?
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't think Dashi's
I don't-
huge on Twitch.
I don't recognize this dude. He has 438k followers.
Oh, he does. Come on. We got 6 mil subs on YouTube.
Oh, Jesus.
A big one.
When was his last? Oh, maybe he doesn't. No, wait, no, not clips, actual. Oh, his latest broadcast on Twitch was last month, so maybe he doesn't do it too often.
Maybe not.
Okay, YouTube.
I'll be
Oh,
right
yeah.
back.
That's cool. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
He still collabed with the Rainbow Dash herself. Was Applejack there? I'm gonna assume not, based on what Rob was saying. Didn't Rob just say he had like 6 million subs on YouTube or something? Is this the wrong channel? Only 159k subs? That's definitely less than 6 million. I must have misheard Rob, right? I must have misheard him. Anyways, dope. Cool. Good for Queso. I don't watch Queso too often, but I still know who Queso is, so dope. Oh yeah, I'm just trying to win. I'm gonna say screw this. Trying to catch that thing. Oh, I don't think we're gonna win though. Oh, okay. Oh, sliver of health. I could probably... I can probably win if I lose this dude. How many of these do I have? I'm still exploring too. He's gonna be down if I don't, so fuck it. I don't care. Get healed. Oh, like infinite growth on him though. Never gonna leave till this battle's done. Oh, 100 damage though. You know what? That's not worth it.
What'd I miss?
How about the healing? My ram thing's getting its ass kicked.
Oh,
And also questioning if I heard you right. How many subs did you say Dashi had on YouTube?
6 mil, I think.
The channel that came up right below the Twitch one said 159k.
On Twitch?
Well, no, because I just googled Dashi. I go to like streamer Dashi streamer, and the top result was the Twitch, but the one right below it was YouTube, and it only said 159. So I'm questioning if that was the same dude. They look the same to me, but maybe maybe they're not.
Let's see.
And I
Is
just
it
missaw.
Dashi XP or Games? It might be Dashi Games. Let's see.
Oh, was it?
What's he got?
The one I found was just Dashi, nothing else.
Oh, it's Dashi Games. He's got 6.98 million,
Oh, okay.
bordering 7 mil.
Oh man.
And he's got his other channel, Dashi XP.
Oh, the grass side. Okay. I'm walking into the end of a knife. Don't do that.
That hurts. Meow 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 meow.
Oh yeah, the status element stays. Damn. I think it would be really fun to see you two play Block Tails.
I don't know what that is.
It's a blocking game.
It's
I know,
Minecraft.
I've heard of it before, but I've never looked into it, so I only recognize it by title.
Oh, okay. I was gonna reach out to you sooner, but I wasn't sure if you were on one of those moments again where you were just kind of taking time to yourself, so I just never did anything.
That's fair.
I just left you alone.
It's a... It was a weird case where... Like, yes and no. Like, yes, I was... It turned into that. I wasn't, like, trying to do that, but after a little bit, I was like, I'm kind of liking this. So I just kind of kept up with it.
Okay.
At least until I wanted to
Glad
figure
I
out this
feel
whole,
that
like,
then.
streaming thing.
Yeah, I'm glad I left you alone then.
There's been a little bit of shit happening on the side as well. Not to me. But I'm like, hush. Word. How do I word? It's something going on with Mimi.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Without permission to share more, that's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, of course,
But
of course.
you get what I mean now, though. Not to me, but like still part of it in a way.
Yeah.
Cool. I should not do that. I should have done. Ooh, let's see here. Block Tales is an RPG on Roblox, which sounds really boring, but it's extremely fun for something on Roblox. That's what Bugger said.
Uh-oh.
I did not look it up. That's what Bugger said.
I don't play Roblox.
Now, problem number one with that.
The last time I played Roblox was like 2016.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I couldn't
it's
see you playing it.
2025.
Well, I couldn't see you playing that at all, so I'm surprised. I'm surprised you did even once. Was it worth it?
I mean, it was
guessing-
fun. I had friends to play it with.
Oh, okay.
So that was fun. It was a school gang.
A school gang? A gang? Oh man.
Well, it's not what I meant.
Rob had some interesting friends in school. Holy shit.
It's not what I meant.
Damn. What changed?
The gang broke up because I killed everybody.
Oh man. Y'all better watch out.
You don't want to be part of my gang. You'll die, apparently.
Apparently.
Because I'm a psychopath, apparently. I see blood. So anyway.
And Suriken is now walking out of the end of a knife.
Oh, good. That's better, I think.
I don't know, maybe?
I don't know. If you get stabbed, you probably want to keep the knife in and then take it out.
Yeah, that'll keep some of the body goop in.
Yeah. It'll keep you alive.
Booker said in all caps, trust me, Block Tails is worth it. And then Rob, please don't kill me. And then sad emoji.
I won't kill you.
As long as you don't join his gang. If you don't join the gang, you're safe.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, that is what you said. Don't join my gang or I will kill you, apparently. That is directly what you said.
Did I say that? I don't even remember saying that.
You did.
I don't remember that coming out of my mouth.
Suriken said, kill me instead.
No. Not yet.
But, Booker, I don't know how to make a character look more feminine. I want her to wear a suit. And it has to be orange and black.
How to make a character more feminine? I have no idea. That was a joke, by the way, and that I'm not a sexist piece of shit. Make a character more feminine. Most media, when they make a feminine character, they try to make the character more petite. Like give him thinner proportions.
Okay. Does that apply if she is wearing an orange and black suit?
Typically, actually, yes.
And
yeah.
Okay, so that plus they're bald.
Well, if they're are they gonna remain bald or are they gonna be given hair?
Good question. And the next thing, and she cannot wear makeup.
Oh, well, you don't need makeup to make a feminine character.
She cannot be petite. It's a very wide suit. Then she just said check DMs.
Then, check DMs.
Yeah.
The last thing I see in the DMs is, would you eat this for 18 million? It's a picture of a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, she asked me that yesterday. I said yes.
I also would.
Easy money, and I like grilled cheese.
Let's make his wife. Oh, this character's wife. Well, you can make this a little thinner. You can kind of have like a. Well, okay. Here's another thing. When you mean suit, like, do you mean like this exact suit? Because if you mean like when you say matching suits, do you mean like matching as in like the pattern, or as in like the exact same models, like shape by shape, or you know, whatever, polygon by polygon? I know this is not. Because I was gonna say, like, if you want to make it feminine, you can for the female version of this suit, those the shoulder pads kind of thing you got going on, you can just remove and to be more feminine already. Color palette has to be the same. I mean, that's fine. You can make this look feminine. You could just make it to where, like, if you want to make it if you're going to adjust how it looks, then you can just get rid of those like shoulder pads sticking out, and then make the proportions of their limbs thinner, and that's it. You've been trying for the past week and failing repeatedly? Well, I'm not an artist, so I can't really give you the most thorough explanation. But that's really the way I would do it if I was an artist. Just make the proportions of the limbs thinner. That's really what I would do. Also, maybe like, maybe make like more of a V-neck on the suit, like on the undershirt at least, not the suit itself. The suit's already basically a V-neck, but maybe. But that's really all I would do. Just get rid of the shoulder pads, make the limb proportions thinner, and then add a bit of a V-neck on the undershirt. But other than that, like, the suit will basically be the exact same, gloves and shoes and all. And pattern too, color palette.
Main.
What did you say, Maine?
I see a message in chat from Sorokin saying, Anthony, no time to explain. Minnesota or Maine? So I was just like, Maine.
Maine.
If there's no time to explain, then there's no time to think about it.
You think you might be able to work with that? That's. I was trying to see if I can kind of help you, but I don't know how much help that really was.
You got it. All right. Hopefully that was the right answer, I guess.
I guess if you also just want to go by like female, like how Mo does it, you could like do like the easy way out, just add a bow or something, like a female oriented what's it called, accessory. But I don't know if you want to do that. Yeah, I figured. Then yeah, just get rid of the shoulder pads if you're okay with that, and then make the limb too thin, or like thinner. And that's what I would change. Oh, and then adding a V-neck to the undershirt. That's really it. Would you also have like that like how on this character's head, like it has like the kind of thing on the back of their head. Will she have that too?
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. You want to make that longer?
Oh, no, Jesus.
You want to make that like longer and like go down instead of fly up like his, or nah? They're pumpkins. Oh, they're pumpkins.
It was a geo guess around, and I was thinking between Minnesota and Maine, and directed a question to the elders. Was it correct though?
What is it? A stem? Bucko? Why don't you give her like, since the character doesn't really have to like be.
Ooh, hell yeah.
I don't know. It depends on you really. Maybe you can make it either you can make it longer and just stick down, or if you want it to be cute, you can have it like a short, resembling like a bun. Like our girls tie their hair up in buns. You can have it resembling that. I don't know if you want to do that though, but I'm trying to throw ideas out there for you. Just spitballing. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, right? Like a bun style. I think that'd be cute. There are plenty of ways you can make a character feminine. I like that word, penumbra.
Penumbra.
I like that word. Very fancy. If you know what it means, at least. If you don't, then it sounds stupid, but...
Ages and ages ago, there was a horror indie game about ice called Penumbra. So is it related to ice?
No.
Oh, I have no idea then. I like how it sounds though.
It more resembles, the closest thing I can think of, like a synonym at least, is silhouette.
Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah.
It's definitely not ice related. Ice related.
No, not at all. Alright, shit.
Oh. It's a new one.
Wanna see?
You know what? Sure.
Okay. Ka-chink! That was something taking a picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, I realized lately I've been, like, my speaking mannerisms have been a bit more unhinged.
Yeah?
Like, at work, I've been saying, I mean, obviously, like, I'm careful with my words, but, like with Norma, for example, me and her kind of, like, we have, like, we both share humor. Our humor is very dark, twisted.
Okay, sure.
So, you know, like, with her, I've been saying, like, things that can be offensive to other people, just straight up to her, and she's like, she spits an idea back at me, and we just kind of roll off.
Sure.
And I think because of her, my humor has been a bit more unhinged, or I've been kind of speaking in a more unhinged state. And she told me the same thing. She was like, dude, I think I have to be careful more, more in my day-to-day life because of how unhinged I talk now. I was like, dang.
You guys rubbing off on each other.
I'm sorry. I told her, I was like, I'm sorry, dude.
Oh man. How?
I mean, it's nice to have someone like that.
Oh yeah. You gotta be able to
I gotta be careful.
appropriately censor yourself when you need to.
Yeah, I gotta be careful.
And you gotta be careful when you shit.
I'll just go shit in the toilet and grab it and just hug it at something. Then I go pat someone else in the back without washing my hands.
And then go wash your hands, right?
Nah.
Because you don't want that shit on your hands all day.
Nah. Shit on my hands all day.
Shit on the day, all hands.
Yeah. You know, Boko, if it helps you feel any better, I'm not really good with design either. Like, I'm currently writing a story myself, and like, my character designs, they're not really character designs because they're all human. But there is like an overwhelming entity that I can play around with on character design. And then like the rest of the characters that are human, like they change over time, and I'm kind of messing with their character designs. But like I'm not, like they're not like stable or anything at the moment. They're still like, I mean, I think 2 of them are stable, or maybe you know what? I think all of them are stable actually. But you know, like I keep wanting to change them up because I'm not. Not that I'm not happy with them, but like you know, I keep spitballing ideas. But from like an outsider's perspective, like if I were to describe them to somebody, they probably would be like, "That's shit," or I don't know. To anybody, I don't think. Like how I want them to look. But I have them on paper, like descriptions and like severely rough drafts of how I want them to look. But, you know, I could always change them up if I want. It's my story. I can do whatever I want, whatever the hell I want with it. I don't think that came out as English because I spoke way too fast, but if you understood that, then props to you. Oh, my mom is calling me. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Ah.
Run. My name is William Dafoe. I'm from the movie The Lighthouse. I believe it. God damn it. No, not that, not that. Oh, you shattered yourself. You got shattered, I just realized. Oh, and you gambited as well. Great. Definitely want to debuff the fuck out of you then. Oh my god, the low damage. Wait. What failed? What failed? I didn't see what failed. What the hell? Okay. Oh, my noodly failed. Great. Okay. Work on taking you out then. I don't think I need to do that, but... Oh, stop it. Okay. Jesus. Gambit thing is dangerous. Okay. I don't have any more healing items, so you're probably gonna go down again. There's no walls up. Alright, that's fine, I guess. Oh! No! Oh, this is not good, this is not good, this is not good. Just put a snail, probably. Alright, come water. Come wind. Oh! Ah, okay. Yeah, I think water will do fine against those. Yeah, but it'll corrode the earth. Or whatever. The specifics is. Are. Oh! And flinched. Sick. Okay. You went down though. Screw you too. What? Why? Okay. Great. Second form as well. Cool. I can work with this. I think. Nice. Water, air, or ice. I don't think you have any though. Oh no, you're air. Fog. And hope that does something. I got air. I'm gonna do this.
Meow.
Hi.
And local neighborhood cat is outside.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Bubba.
Bubba.
I gave her pets.
Ooh, her.
Yeah.
It's called Bubba, but it's a her.
Yeah.
Who named her?
Me.
Oh.
How dare you?
I take back nothing.
You bastard.
There's logic to be questioned, it shall be questioned. Bubba.
Bubba. I thought it was cute.
It's cute, just
Fuck you.
just questioning, that's all. I noticed that it wasn't cute.
I'm offended anyway. He's of two of the bosses. Businesses she gets shit done.
Oh, let's do that, I guess.
So does that mean she like
Oh.
since she's
Okay. Ah,
drinks wine? She's the owner of a, okay, so does that mean she's like a professional? Like she's very like professional in her acts? And she's like a business professional, or is she like the professional where she's like kind of a little carefree?
Cause she drinks wine?
Yeah. A lot of people like, I mean, I know that's kind of associating, but like a lot of people associate wine drinker with, you know, for like wine drinker woman that owns business, like professional. Depends on what she's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if she's at, okay, well, depending on what she's doing. If she's working, she's professional. Okay, that makes sense.
Do we know what she's doing though?
Not me personally.
Aw.
I'm going
I
off
guess
of Boca's telling me.
from an outward appearance? Oh. What's her like attire? Because
Her
if I was gonna
attire-
judge based off that, or if I was gonna judge with only the fact that she drinks wine, I would probably base it off of her attire, like her work attire, or I guess whatever she's. So, I would probably lean towards professional, since I don't know anything but she drinks wine and what she's wearing.
Yeah.
So, I would think,
She's
but
older, she's
yeah, there ain't much to know. Then only go off of so much.
As a business owner, if you don't do much, like you still have to be professional.
Mm-hmm.
No one's gonna respect you at your business if you're not professional.
No.
They'll look at you and be like, "Why is this the owner? It sucks." Speaking of sucks.
Oh, that's a lot. I did not say before coming in here, so I will accept that defeat.
Sorry if it seems like I'm criticizing Boko. I'm not trying to criticize or anything. She's not only the owner, okay? It's like as someone that's writing my own story right now, Boko, I have the utmost respect for everything I'm saying with you, or like in my ideas with you. So I'm not trying to criticize. Saying co-owner makes her sound like she does less. No, that's not true. Co-owner is just as important as an owner, so it's not true. And it's not by comparison either. She owns it with her husband. Okay. That doesn't mean she does less. She's probably got her own set of things to do. And it's not even by comparison. It's more like you do your job and that's that.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad. Just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to make it seem like I was just, you know, throwing shade on your ideas or just like talking like I knew my shit. Like I was genuinely trying to like see if I can help you give input or spitball an idea for you that you can use or mess around with. Sorry, Anthony.
You're good, you're good. I'm just trying to think of an answer to what Sir can just asked, but I honestly don't think I can. You said Anthony. Out of the approximate 10 European countries you know, which are your 3 favorite ones if you had to rank them?
Oh,
I don't know shit about other countries, man. I could not tell you. I was thinking, but I got nothing. I don't know. I don't know if I can name 10 of the European countries. My geography is like non-existent. My geography knowledge is like non-existent. Other than like, you know, the continents. Maybe some countries, but like, I got nothing for you. Hate to tell you.
so she has to be able to be serious and silly. Okay, so outside of work, she's like goofy. I mean, that would make sense. Yeah, okay. Would she change outfits? Like, well, like, is she gonna have like a sprite where she's gonna have like a different outfit when she's off work? Nah, oh, she's gonna have the same outfit the entire time?
Who do I? A human. No idea what you are, but okay.
That's
Put you in there. Nope, not you. Nope, not you either. Bring you out.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, I respect that.
Do a little bit of farming. The question is, how do you evolve if you evolve? I gotta swap your things around first. There. Oh, that was a passive.
Okay, I see.
What is that? Okay. Okay, damn it. Okay.
So the other day, I don't think there are moments where I just feel like the biggest nerd ever.
What?
And the other day was one of those days
Yeah?
because I was talking about I was going on a Crash Bandicoot rant.
Uh-huh.
And I felt like such a massive because when I was talking about it, I was comparing the trilogy to the original.
Okay. Yeah.
And I was telling the person, I was like, when I first got the trilogy, it threw me off because when I was making some jumps,
Uh-huh.
Crash didn't land where I thought he would land.
Uh-huh.
He didn't make it as far on the platform as I thought he would because I was so used to how his jump arc was in the original.
Uh-huh.
And he looked at me, like my friend looked at me. He was like, "What? You're telling me you expected him to land at like in a certain spot?" I was like, "Yeah. If I jumped, I expected his feet to land in a certain spot based off his distance. But in the trilogy, he didn't have that same distance. He felt more heavy, and his jump was fast compared to the original."
Okay. And that threw you off?
That threw him off.
Oh, threw him off.
Like telling him that threw him off. I mean, it threw me off, obviously.
Sure.
Telling him that it threw him off.
Really?
He was like, "Dude, how are you that observant?" I was like, "Dude, it's a game I played like my whole life. Of course I'm gonna be observant."
Yeah, you're gonna notice small things like that.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna notice things like that. But he was so flabbergasted the entire time I was. I felt like such a nerd.
I mean, in a way, sure, but like, I think a lot of people would notice something like that if they played it as much as you have.
Oh yeah, I would hope. If they love it, then yeah, you probably would.
I would assume they would love it if they played it that much.
Yeah.
If they played it that much but hated it.
Yeah, that would be weird. Discrepancy detected.
Yeah.
Papers, Please reference.
Oh.
I don't know if you ever played that.
I watched Jack play it, I think. I think it was him. I think it was him I watched play it like years ago.
Septic guy?
Yeah. Pretty sure it was him. Yeah. His videos were enjoyable, but I don't think it's a game I'd want to play.
Fair enough. Not for everybody.
The gameplay, like the main gameplay mechanic of it, I think I could get behind, but the whole like keep you and your family alive part of it, nah, I don't care about that. That's a genre mix I don't care about.
Fair enough.
But the actual like check for little discrepancies and like even all the different kind of endings you can get, those are cool. Just I don't want to worry about that other shit. So, eh.
Fair enough.
No, there's a game that was really floating around for a while, an indie game, I'm pretty sure, that a lot of people were playing that I never looked at, but it kind of seemed like Papers, Please. It's called something like Check Your Neighbors or something like that. I remember that's what it was actually called, Check Your Neighbors or something.
Oh, are you talking about
Neighbors?
That's Not My Neighbor?
That's Not My Neighbor, yeah, that's it. Something about neighbors. Kind of seemed like a potentially horror themed Papers, Please, but like again, I don't want you to want to play it. It was like floating around for a while, and there was some really menacing looking screenshots, so or like thumbnails. So I don't know, but if there's no keep your family alive part of it, that could be cool. But I don't know. Put you in here. There we go. Yeah, we'll see how these work, I guess. Alright, out we go. There's just straight up a captain in there. Cool. Oh, it's on the campfire. I didn't even see that. Okay. Oh, no quick way to get there, though. It's here. Oh, it's dark. Cool, I guess. Oh, so is the lava gonna be back? Okay. Scripture. Oh. Oh, what the? Like that, I guess. I think I need this for anything, but... Yeah, I've been up here. That dude was stopping me. I did not. I did not. I don't know.
Oh, God.
Oh, come on. Just. Oh. Get away from me. Lever. There we go. Oh, what the? Oh, okay. Away from me. Oh, loading zone. Cool. Alright, fight me. Fine. Just get you off my tail. Oh, level 20. This should be fine. Oof, maybe. Why'd you not do that?
Dang, I want to play this so bad. Fuck.
Then do it.
No, not right now.
Why?
Because I want to make a video out of it. I don't want to play it so bad. Oh.
Well, that's not the way to go. Okay. Come on up. Okay. Well, no. Hiya. Oh, you're a captain. Good.
That's Dr. Captain to you?
Dr. Captain. Levi Lodestein.
Dr. Captain Levi Lodestein? Is that what you said? Lodestein?
Yeah, Lodestein. There was voice dialogue for his intro, so yep, Lodestein. Lodestein.
Ah, interesting.
Well, my mistake.
I saved it before doing this.
They're making a movie about the mortuary assistant.
Are they?
Great.
Apparently.
Guess I can't be too surprised. That was really popular when it came out. Like when the full
And it
game
better
came
be
out.
good. Better be good. The game was good.
I'm gonna guess not, because a lot of video game adaptations are not, but there's exceptions,
True.
so who knows.
True. There are exceptions. I'm excited for next month because next month is Silent Hill F comes out. Oh wait, no, it's September. Wait, that is next month. 'Cause-
F?
Wait, no.
It's still July, technically. It's the 29th.
Ah.
It's like 2 days away from August, so it's basically next month.
Well, you know what? It's at the
Well,
end of
maybe.
the month, so technically it's 2 months.
You know, I feel that though. One of my top 3 favorite games of all time is getting remastered, and it comes out like September 31st or something, near the end of September. So I feel that it's like a rare thing
Is
for
it?
me to do. I've actually pre-ordered it.
Oh,
Like-
what is it?
Final Fantasy Tactics.
Oh, of course it is.
It's getting a remaster. Surprisingly,
I'm not judging though.
it's actually getting a remaster. So I was like, oh, yes, gimme.
Epic.
But no, I 100% feel that pain. I gotta wait.
Unfortunate.
My model's done before then, but even if it's not, I'll still use the bunny model. I don't care. But you ever been a fan of Metal Gear?
Yes. Some of the music rings in my head to this day.
Ooh, really?
Some.
Some. I mean, fair.
Not all. Some.
Oh, I saw like last week or something that apparently MGS3 is getting like a complete remake. Whatever.
It is?
Yeah. Yeah, Snake Eater? I think that's the third one. Yeah, I saw it on my
It's
Steam
a long-
homepage one day. I was like, oh, interesting.
Ooh.
I think that's one of the more gameplay games, not cutscene games, so that could interest, that could
Not
interest me.
Yeah, not cutscene simulator.
Yeah. I like the story of Metal Gear. I like the lore. Just some of the games, holy shit. I refuse to play 4. 4 is like so cutscene heavy. I refuse. I don't want to play. I don't want to play a movie.
Yeah.
I'd rather just watch the cutscenes on YouTube.
Shocking.
That's why I like NGS 5 so much, because it's so much gameplay, so little story. I mean, there's still story, but you know, it's more gameplay than story.
Yeah.
And I mean, 3 I think is more of a balance, but that's okay. If it's at least 50-50, I'm cool. But like, oh my god. MGS 4, ever.
I think the only time I've ever been okay with like playable cutscene game was like the Telltale Walking Dead series.
I mean, that's fair.
But that was it.
I've heard those are good, but like,
They are good. I cried doing those.
Really?
Yeah, they actually got me.
Wow.
Plus, you gotta remember, I was a kid when they came out.
When'd they come out?
Like, they did the first one came out in like 2012.
Oh, okay. Fair.
So, I was gonna cry. You see sad moment, little boy version. How old, like,
What?
how old was that? 13 years ago? How old is 20? What's 22 minus 13?
22, 12, 9.
9?
Yeah.
I was 9? Oh, you fucking.
What is a 9-year-old playing a zombie game for?
I didn't play it at the time I watched it.
Oh. Who the fuck let you watch that?
Yes.
Oh man.
Did it come out in 2012? Let me see.
I don't know. I have no idea. I never cared about Telltale games to begin with, just because it's not a gameplay style I care for. Just as, oh, pick an option and hope it's good.
No, the original, stupid, not the remakes.
There's remakes? I didn't even know that.
Apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, the first season was released April 24th, 2012.
Okay, so yeah, 2012.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I cried doing those. Sad, you're good.
Man.
Fun, good. I did end up playing them later in life, but, they were good.
Well, sure, but I mean, I would imagine it's not quite the same as the first time.
No.
Especially since those games don't really have much game to them.
Yeah, it's big cutscene simulators.
Yeah.
But, seeing, like, the changes in choice was always fun.
Well, sure.
Changing the story, that was great.
Mm-hmm.
And then even, like, the choices affect, like, the next game. Seeing that was, like, fantastic.
You mean like the next chapter?
Like how, chapters in games, there's, like, I think the first game had, like, 5 chapters. Second game I think each game had 5 chapters. I want to say that's accurate, maybe 4.
Oh, okay.
But, like, choices from, like, the first game can affect, like, the third game.
Well, sure, because they're like
Yeah,
one right
but,
after the other, right?
Yeah, just years apart.
Okay, yeah.
But, like, all those at the time were, like, great.
Hmm.
I thought it was cool.
It's a cool concept.
The Walking Dead is not, like, unique, though. It's definitely something that's been used quite frequently. Title alone as well.
Well, yeah, it's just zombies. It's not the most unique concept out there.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it's done well enough, then it shouldn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like it was done well enough. People liked it a lot.
People love it. People love all
You got
media of The Walking Dead.
You loved it. What's that?
There's people out there that love all media versions of The Walking Dead.
True.
The Telltale
True.
games, the show, the comic, like
Yeah.
it's well done apparently.
It's very well done. If you have a game out there that PewDiePie cried to, then
Is he not one to cry?
not really. To games at least, he kind of makes fun of a lot of them.
That's fair. I've only seen one clip of PewDiePie. Not a full video, just a clip of him. It was FNAF 4.
Oh.
I remember when, like, I knew who he was before then, but I just saw a lot of talk about, because I guess apparently PewDiePie, actually reacted to the jump scares in FNAF 1, 2, and 3. But in FNAF 4, when he got jump scared, he just had like this straight face. And people were like, what? He's not reacting like the first 3? And I guess he wanted to make a point that he didn't want to fake reactions anymore. He just wanted to be himself, so that's why he did that. And people fucking lost it. Well, some did.
Some, probably, yeah.
That's the
I thought you were
only
gonna
time
refer to
I
the clip where.
watch PewDiePie. Go on.
I thought you were gonna refer to the clip where he's like, "But can you do this with his chair?" And he, falls back. I thought you were gonna refer to that.
Fall back. Like it just
Yeah,
falls
like where
backwards.
like he pulls the lever on his chair and it like goes in like the lounge mode where he leans back.
Oh.
Thought you were gonna say that you saw that clip.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that sounds humorous, but No context. I have no idea.
I didn't really watch a lot of PewDiePie. I didn't watch a lot of PewDiePie. I was growing up.
I'm sure he's fine, just... I don't know why I never tried to watch him.
You had your other preferences.
It was like all Markiplier then. All the time in FNAF 4 was basically all Markiplier.
Markiplier. Markiplier.
Multiplier.
Multiplier. Was that the name of, was that the origin of his name? Mark and
Oh, he's talked about that on Distractable before.
I don't watch Distractable, so I don't know.
It's an older episode. It's not like anything current. I haven't watched any new Distractable in a while because that thumbnails just look fucking weird. I'm not all about it. But I don't remember if he said why he thought up this name. Probably just a play off Mark. But he was originally gonna call... He made 2 channels. Markiplier. And... I think he just said the other one was gonna be like Markiplier or something like that. And he was gonna use Markiplier as like a test channel to like try things out. And then it took off. So he was like, well, I guess this is the main one now.
Plays games now though, right? Like, was it always a gaming channel?
No, the original one, well, okay, Boko is saying, he said it was because Mark and Multiplier, so maybe it was something like that. But no, his original channel was just called Markiplier. But when YouTube demonetized it, he made a second one, Markiplier Game.
Okay.
But now he just branded as Markiplier, even though the URL is still Game.
Okay. Well, Markiplier definitely is. The name Markiplier is definitely recognizable. So you know,
100%.
you did a good job on that.
It worked.
And it rolls off the tongue. There's no like sudden stop in the name or anything.
It really does, yeah.
Like with yours and mine, for example, like when you say our names, there's like a stop. Cause it's Neo and then Bunny. There's like that quick stop.
Neobunny, yeah.
But like for Mark, it's like that. There's no stop. It's just Markiplier.
Yeah. I mean, it essentially is Multiplier, but Mark, so...
Yeah, it rolls off the tongue. He made a brand for himself. It works.
I think it was the same Distractable episode. I can't remember. Maybe it was another one, but like, they're like, you know how some channels have like a name for their community.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Mike brought it up, or I don't remember what brought it up, but Mike just straight up said he doesn't want one of those. He doesn't want like a community name. But apparently, a lot of people have brought up the community name potentially being just Pliers. Like, he didn't specify, but I'm assuming like the little like tools or whatever, like pliers like that. He does not like that at all, but apparently it's something people want.
Yo, Mark and the Pliers.
I find it funny, but
Can be a part of the Pliers. You know, my tools.
I mean, in a way, I guess. Maybe that's why he doesn't want that.
That's what pliers are, tools.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he doesn't want that. He didn't specify why. He was just like, no, I don't want a community name. Especially not Pliers.
Honestly, if I grew big, I also wouldn't want a community name.
It would have to be like cute or something for me. Like at one hand, I'm not really trying, or I wouldn't really try to like make one, but if people brought up like a cute idea and like the majority were okay with it, sure. But like
Honestly,
I don't have any...
one like already off the rip.
Dude,
you're a bunny. Bunnies reproduce fast. You got the bunny clan. You got the bunnies. You got one off rip, dude.
Well, kind of, I guess, but like it just sounds so generic. The bunnies.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, right? Like, what would it be? I don't know. Like, if it wasn't bunnies or something, what would it be? But like, I don't know. It's like cool
Well, it's
if
for you to decide.
there's something cute or like cool or unique or something came up. Cool. Throw it at the community, see what they like. But like, Boko said, Neo's fans are called wrenches.
I don't want to, like, if I ever get big, I don't want to, I don't really think I have like a, I don't think I really have like a, I don't
Like a
I don't really
community
think I
name.
can, yeah,
I mean, that's fair. Plenty don't.
because like I don't want to like as like, you know, someone with my name being what it is, I don't want to call my followers like the servants or my followers. I don't do that. That's weird.
Servants. The gods.
Worshippers. It's weird. I never thought that was a good name anyway.
It's your cult.
My cult, yeah. Cult on YouTube, dude.
As cultists do, they worship their god.
But yeah, I don't really want to be. I want to kind of be a part of that where I just don't want to have a name for my people.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either. Like, with some names, you just really can't think of one, and sometimes you just don't want one.
Yeah. I don't want one. I can't think of one, and I don't want one anyway.
There you go.
But I'm not even there yet, so I don't gotta worry about
you
it.
can just be like, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck your name. Just be a person.
Just be a dude.
Just be you. Sculpt your existence, and then you could just be a part of our collective community. But be you.
Yeah. Oh well, Boko has a name for your community as well.
What?
Harem. Yeah.
That would imply that everyone's gonna gangbang each other. I'm not gonna have that. That or they're all gonna gangbang me.
Well, it's... See, Boko said the harem. Harem... wait.
Something is coming.
The harem is where the main person wants everybody, right?
Yes. No, wait. A harem is when...
Right. Because I'm pretty sure I've
I
heard
think a
people
harem
say
is-
this is gonna sound a little weird, but the anime Sword Art Online, I've heard people say that's a reverse harem because the main character, the main guy, has a girlfriend. It's clear that like all the other girls in the group want him, but he only wants his girlfriend. I've heard people say that's a reverse harem. Or I've heard people call that show a reverse harem.
Fuck.
So assuming that's true, then a harem would have to be the main person wanting everyone else. Since in Sword Art, the main dude only wants his girl. Despite what everybody else wants. Right? There's also a
I
chance
don't
that they're
know.
wrong. I don't know.
Apparently I'm not up to date on my sexual content, you know, that.
Right, because if a harem is the main person wanting everybody else, then it would be you wanting your community. Since you would
I
be
want
the
a
main
community,
dude,
but-
you would be the main character of your community, because it's your community.
You see, I always thought a harem was when the community wants one person, or when everybody else wants this one person, and they're okay with it, and they form the harem because it's like they're building this harem of, you know, of people that want them. That's what I thought a harem was, but I guess I'm wrong. I might be wrong. I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not up to date on my sexual content or sexual terminology, I guess. Or anime sexual terminology, I guess. I don't know. I'm dumb, I guess. I guess I'm dumb. Why does Death Stranding have a VTuber in it?
I'm not. Google, you're not helping me out here too much.
What VTuber is this?
Oh no, maybe. Oh. I got three definitions here. There's in former times, the separate part of a Muslim household reserved for wives, concubines, and female servants. The next is the woman occupying a harem, the wives or concubines. Am I saying that right? Concubines?
Concubine, yeah,
I've
right.
heard it said before. I think that's how I've heard it said. Okay. So the woman occupying a harem, the wives or concubines of a polygamous man. Third, a group of female animals sharing a single mate. That's what Google's giving me.
Okay.
That's what dictionary's giving me, I should say.
Okay.
So that second one makes it sound like the other person's okay with it because they specified polygamous. But the third one just says the female's wanting the male. One single male. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Google did not help this time.
Will hurt my brain.
The point is, you do not want your community to be called a harem.
No. I do not. I do not see a community as sexual objects.
Oh yeah, Death Stranding is getting like a sequel, isn't it?
I didn't know Death Stranding had a VTuber like built in the camp. That's weird.
Built into the game.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, it's cool, I guess, but I don't know. I didn't expect that. I don't even know who this is.
You're right. Oh, hold on, I'm kind of curious now. Who are you talking? I mean, I never played or saw Death Stranding, so I only know what the main character looks like.
Pekara.
Death Stranding VTuber? Is that what you called her? Called him?
Yeah, there's a straight up VTuber with their whole VTuber in, and she has an important mission apparently. I don't know.
Oh, VTuber Usada Pekara? Is that what you were saying? Pekara?
Pekara.
Is this like an actual VTuber? Like featured in the game?
Yeah, she's an actual VTuber. Yeah, she's in the game. That's weird. I mean, hey, if they're cool with it, I'm cool with it. It's so random.
Oh. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I'm surprised in general that there's just a second Death Stranding in general, like a sequel. What the fuck is going on? Because like I didn't get much out of the first Death Stranding from what I heard about it besides a walking sim. So like, how the fuck do you make a sequel to a walking sim? But I guess they're finding a way.
I think people debated that. Like, I think there was that part of the community that was like, it's not a walking sim.
I mean, I assume there's more story to it because I know there's this whole thing about like a baby. But like the gameplay, any gameplay clips I saw was just the dude walking. The dude walking, you had to like take care of his feet because you could hurt his feet. Don't do that. That's the only thing I know about Death Stranding gameplay-wise. And story-wise, really, because I don't know shit about the story. Little Lego guy walks in. You are right, lad. Oh, shit. I'm still fighting this one thing. What am I trying to do to you? I'm doing that. Sharpening my edges. Yeah, sharp edges, I just realized. Fine, I guess. Get out of here. There we go. Jeez.
So, I hate saying this, but I was playing this game called Dread Out.
Shred Out?
And Dread Out.
Dread Out. Okay, I've heard of that.
It's an old one. Honestly, dude, I Dreadout has to be like one of the most miserable things I've played in my life.
In
Honestly.
what way?
It's fucking terrible.
Oh, like it's an actual bad game.
Like, people, I mean, in my opinion, it's fucking awful.
So I've heard some pretty
Like,
good
to
things
the
about
point
that.
where
I'm pretty sure.
I played it and I wanted to give it a fair shot, so I played. I bought both 1 and 2. I wanted to give it a fair shot, so you know, I played the first game.
Old.
I played it to completion, not achievement completion, just like story completion.
Sure.
And you know, like at first I hated it, and I was gonna play through the game and see if my opinion changes. It did not.
Hey.
No, I absolutely hated it. But I was like, maybe the second game fixed it up a little bit because it came out a few years later. No, it did not. And I was mad to the point where I don't think I've gotten that mad at a game after like in a while. So I don't think that the combat in the game is great. It's it's kind of like Fatal Frame-esque, but unlike Fatal Frame, it doesn't do it good.
The whole like picture taking thing.
Yeah, the picture taking thing. But the second game introduced being able to swing like an axe or a knife or but let's talk about the first game. So the first game, you take a picture of the ghosts, and you know they either take knockback or they die immediately, depending. But there's like this, there's this first segment you get to where, or the first difficult segment was when you got into a room with this ghost that had a pair of scissors. I don't remember much else about them. Basically, you were in that room, and it was a very small room, and the developers thought it was okay to have it to where every time we take a picture of him, he would kind of just, if he got low enough, he would kind of go while he was recovering. So if you're too close, he would hit you. And that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Sure.
But like, what I'm not fine with is when, after every time you take a picture, you have to wait until he makes himself a threat again, like where he's actively moving.
Sure.
And again, I'm fine with that. But what I'm not fine with is the fact that your camera has a cooldown on when it takes a picture.
Okay.
The fact that the enemy teleports every time you hit you. And the fact, which pissed me off the most, that the enemy had specific spots that it teleported to, not caring if you were in said spot, meaning that it would telefrag you.
Oh.
And I was the most annoyed with that because every time you got hit, you were in your character. You watched your character react to the hit. But the thing is the character or the animation of the enemy coming back to being able to hit you again was shorter than your character's animation to recovering the hit.
Oh.
So I would just get stun locked, where it would teleport onto me, and then hit me, teleport away, and teleport to a closer, to a distant away, and I'd literally be watching my character recovering, picking her head back up, trying to make sure that she's fine, only for me to get hit again. And that was extremely aggravating. And then another aggravating thing about the game is that every time you die, you go through this thing called limbo, where you spawn in a black room and a black abyss with a light in the distance that you have to walk to, and the limbo gets longer and longer every time you die, to the point where I spent over a minute one time walking to this fucking light just to retry again and die within 30 seconds.
Really?
And another minute goes down the drain because I'm fucking spending this entire minute just holding the W key,
Why?
walking through this fucking light.
Why?
I don't know.
Why is that how they would do that?
And I'm even more mad because I'm mad at myself for not looking at the options where there's an option to have a fixed distance. So I was even more mad at myself after learning. But I didn't learn that until after that one freaking fucking segment of that guy.
Wow, that's not something that's told to you on by default.
Unless it was and I missed it, I'm not sure. It might have been, but I'm just dumb. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think that's something that you just accidentally scroll past. Jesus Christ.
But that segment with that guy
Wow.
really was just not. I was so heated, dude. I was heated to the point where I had to Alt F4 and get away from my for like an hour.
Yeah, that's stupid as hell. That's a stupid as hell mechanic.
And then I got back on the game thinking like, I got this. Just relax. Let's just, let's calm down and let's do this.
Sure.
So I got back on the game. I got back to the asshole. And I beat him after like 5 more attempts of the new playthrough. Or the getting back on it.
Okay, yeah.
And I got through a segment where I had to, go through the area that I was already being chased by bugs. And I fought this ghost woman, which again, her segment kind of sucked too. She wasn't teleporting; she was just kind of moving slow the entire time. And every time she hit me, she would push me back far enough to where my character's animation would, like be fast enough to not be stun locked by her. So she was fine. And that segment was fine. But then after that was a segment where I was in an endless way that I was being chased by this entity that was faster than me. I died. I had to run through limbo again. And then I respawned, and I kid you not, I spent 2 fucking hours running through this stupid hallway that didn't give me a signal or hint on anything to do in the hallway. So I had to finally look it up, and the answer was that there was a fucking door that I was walking by the entire time that I could not see because I had to look at it through my fucking phone camera. And it did not tell me anything about this. There was no warning. And usually there's a mechanic in the game where if there's something you can't see with the naked eye, your screen would glow blue. My screen did not glow blue. There was no fucking hint or anything. It was just, hey, pull out your camera and, if you see this, you can leave.
Yeah, there was no indicator
I didn't know.
whatsoever.
No indication. There was nothing.
Wow.
So I was sitting there thinking my game was bugged, and also because I thought it was bugged because when I died, the thing chasing me didn't come back. So I was running around thinking that my game was bugged just for 2 hours.
Jesus.
2 straight hours. 2 actual wasted hours of my life. And that was the point where I was like, I'm gonna refund this. But I couldn't, because it was over 2 hours. So I couldn't refund the game.
Jesus.
I was losing my mind, dude.
Yeah,
I was so aggravated.
That's wild. That's actually wild. Like, what the hell?
That point was the point where, like, the rest of the story that happened after the game, I didn't give a shit about the story anymore. I just wanted to get the game over with.
Yeah, because, like, what? There's no excuse for that.
And then next, like, after that segment, I managed to get a chapter where I got outside, and I was chased by a friend that I went into this building with that got possessed or whatever. And the friend that was chasing me was faster than me, way faster than me. And his method of attack when he got to me was he would lunge at me, jumping ahead like 5 feet, which would guarantee hit me. And again, luckily, like, the animation of him getting up was way slower than my character, so I could get away. But there was no indication of the path I was supposed to take. There was open routes that was just blocked by an invisible wall, and the real path I had to take was like a closed door that I just had to magically know to run into. And I had to do all that while on a timer because I'm being pursued by this fast as fuck asshole.
Oh my god.
that kills me after 3 hits. And I'm like, okay. And every time I die, I get sent back to the start of the chase segment. So I'm like, okay. I kid you not. In that chase segment, which probably overall lasted like less than a minute, probably like about 50 seconds of being chased, I died 7 times.
Oh my god.
Limbo 7 times.
Jesus.
7 times going to limbo because of that shit. And then at the end, I'm supposed to be sad because the character has his neck broken. I'm supposed to be sad. It's like, dude, I don't give a fuck.
No sadness.
I did not care anymore, man. It was supposed to be a sad moment. Sad music started playing. She was crying. Time passed, and she was finally able to recover. I didn't care anymore. My emotions my immersion for the game gave up after the fucking sword, the scissor asshole, and then it cut to 0 basically after the endless hallway bullshit. 2 hours being a straight. I was done, dude.
That sounds. Wow.
Yeah, I was done. And then I learned at the end of the game that I'm the only one that lives, and so I'm like, okay, maybe the second game, maybe the second game is better. It definitely looked different. There was a different mechanic. The models were different. And, it had more to it. So I was like, okay, I'll give this a shot. It was the same fucking shit. The same fucking bullshit. The only difference is they didn't have to walk through fucking limbo every time I died. It was just a game over, you die, and button, you respawn. That's fine.
Oh,
that was better.
That's something at least, but that only does so much.
There was a boss fight where I had an axe, and me thinking, hey, since I have an axe, I'm in there was two basically kind of dimensions, sorta, I guess, where one you're living normally and you have a camera, and then you can take pictures of and stuff, and then the other side, you still have your camera, but you also have an axe, so it's more combat oriented, where in normal one it's more investigating oriented.
Okay.
And so I have my axe out, I'm thinking okay, I'm gonna fight stuff, and the entire time I was fighting stuff, but then I got to the boss fight, and it was against this floating version of myself that was evil, obviously.
Sure, of course.
And the way I fight her is by taking a picture of her. I don't use my axe at all, just take a picture of her. And I was fine with that. But what I wasn't fine with was that the enemies that she was spawning were enemies that I was able to see the entire time, but now all of a sudden I'm not able to see them anymore. I have to see them through my camera. And I'm like, okay, that's weird, but that's okay. But it's not great when the enemy or the boss that I'm trying to fight is flying in the air, so it makes me have to aim up the entire time at a constant 45-degree angle, where I'm not looking around in front of me because I'm trying to freaking get rid of this boss.
Sure.
And she always spawns an enemy every 5 seconds.
Great.
And this enemy, I looked it up. This enemy has 2 spots it can spawn based on the player's standing position. And the 2 positions are stupid as fuck.
Oh.
Either it's 3 feet in front of you.
Oh, good.
Or
sure.
Directly behind you.
Oh.
And yes, they have contact damage. So if you walk into them, you take fucking damage. As well as the fact that they move and swing at you actively. Not to mention that the contact damage is effective before their full model is even on screen. Because they start off as a speck of dust that slowly forms into this ghost. So, trying to look up at a 45-degree angle, getting this ghost, or snapping this ghost out of existence while being assaulted by what seemed like an unlimited barrage of ghosts with no cooldown in such close proximity was the most, that was more aggravating than walking down that corridor for 2 hours. Because at least at the corridor, it's like I wasn't being killed off over and over again. And this one, I was. And how many deaths did I procure from this? I died 42 times.
Whoa.
42 deaths to this fucking piece of shit. Because she just constantly wanted to spawn an enemy in my ass. And by the way, I didn't even mention, the enemy recovered faster than my character again, once again. So, that was fun. That was great.
Wow.
And I got to a segment later in the game where I was supposed to walk up this mountain and learn about like this like walking to the forest. I got PTSD of how I was walking like in game because it was another hallway, but instead of a hallway, it was a forest. I stopped playing. I uninstalled the games. I didn't finish it.
Oh, you actually didn't finish it.
I didn't finish it, and I can't refund it. So
that's a sign that it really got to you, because you still finish games that you don't like.
Yeah.
Wow.
I do.
Wow.
So, I didn't finish the second game.
Shit.
I don't plan on it. I don't plan on reinstalling it. And I will forever have 5.3 hours on that game. Honestly, dude,
Jesus.
I think Dread Out 1 and 2 have to be like one of the worst, and I mean this, one of the worst gaming experience I have in my entire fucking life.
I mean, based on what you just described, they sound awful. Like maybe the stories are good, but gameplay, that sounds atrocious.
It was awful. I tried my absolute best to see the good qualities in it. I tried to enjoy my time. Like you said, I finish games if I don't like them. I tried to finish this. I really did, but I couldn't fucking do it. I actually couldn't do it. I even Googled what I was supposed to do, and I knew what I was supposed to do, but I just couldn't do it. I gave up, dude.
I would definitely be pissed off at that moment though. Like, I mean, all that for sure, but like what you were saying with the door and the game not giving you that blue indicator. Like, I've had moments in games where I'm wandering around for like 10, 20, 30 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do in here? I know this is progression. What am I doing? And I look it up. Just that one thing. It's like, there's this little thing that I missed that I swore I looked at like 1,000 times. And I'm like, God damn it. Okay, that's annoying, but whatever. 2 hours?
2 hours?
2 hours and no indicator that the game should have given you. Like, holy shit.
And the worst part about that when I got there was when I started that segment, I was still able to refund the game. It was only only after the first hour that I wasn't able to refund the game.
Right.
So I could have very well easily have just stopped playing the game and refunded it right then and there. But I wanted to give it a shot.
Sure.
And I wasted that opportunity, dude. But yeah, I'm not
Dread
I'm
Out.
not gonna go finish.
Dread Out 1 and 2, not it. Definitely not it. And like, I can. I mean, I don't know what this. I don't know much, or I don't really know anything about the story, so I don't know how thematical it is. But the thing with just in the first one, with just walking down the limbo hallway thing. Sure, thematical, sure, why not? I mean, bending the ink machine, the first one. I haven't played the second one yet, but the first one, you walk down a short little corridor if you die, a little ink corridor to respawn. It takes a couple seconds to do that, but it's thematical. But up to a minute. It increases in length every time without that option checked. And a minute of just walking. Why? There's thematical, and then there's like, hey, you like walking sims? You ever played Death Stranding? You know what Death Stranding is before it's even a thing? Because I'm pretty sure Dread Out came before Death Stranding.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that one scissor guy boss fight, I think I'm 100% sure that I spent like double the amount of time in limbo than actually fighting the.
Oh my god. Oh my god. 42 deaths on one boss. Hours spent walking through limbo. Like, and the spawn, like, either 3 feet in front of you or directly behind you. Like,
Yeah.
holy shit, like. Oh,
You know, I could have avoided this all because at the in the first game, within the first like 10 minutes of the game, I got like a taste of what was to come. Because I was complimenting the game the entire time. Great for
really?
her looks cool. She's cute. She's cool. I feel like, you know, I wanna get into this. You know, like I was complimenting it the whole time, and then you know because I was complimenting it the whole time. The first like taste I got in the first 10 minutes. The first 10 minutes there was a ghost that spawned that was, I guess, there to like tutor you in how the things work.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I overlooked it. But the ghost,
Sure. Yeah.
it spawned in a set spot, and I you know, I was getting hit like without knowing anything. I was like, what's hitting me? Like, I don't know what's hitting me right now. I got hit about like 3 times.
Okay,
And I finally
sure.
pulled out my camera, took a picture.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized I got hit immediately after I took the picture because it spawned on me. But again, I overlooked it because, you know, I was comping the game, thinking I was gonna have a good time.
Sure.
At that moment I should have, you know, taken that taste and been like, this is the game.
This smells like shit. Maybe the rest is gonna be shit as well.
Yeah.
I mean, but
I
like,
should've-
there's plenty of games out there that have like, oh, a little fault or two that's like annoying, but not really deal breaking. It's just like, oh, this is
Yeah.
kind of annoying. This is whatever. So I don't blame you for thinking something like that and be like, a couple hicks here and there, like a couple hiccups in the game. Sure, whatever. This is probably still fine. Oh,
That's what I thought.
but holy shit.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh my god. Dread Out 1 and
Little did I
2.
know.
This is not the series to go into. Series, I'm guessing there's only the 2 games, but
Oh yeah, that's also the funniest thing too. After I gave up, I looked into it. They're making
Oh.
a third one.
making
They're making a third one
like
actively right
it's
now.
current-
It's in development.
Oh no.
It's in development.
Oh no.
And yeah, I was like,
Oh shit. Is it a like a direct sequel?
yes, you play the
Oh.
same character. Her name's Linda. Play the
Oh.
same character.
Oh, okay. So good.
was planned,
So it's not one of those things where it's like it's not one of those things where like, oh, same universe, but it's like a side character. You don't really need to know the first 2 games a little lore necessarily to know what's going on. You
No,
would have to finish
you
1 and 2.
You need to finish the first 2 to understand what's going on. Because the second game, the entire premise is based off the first game. So if you don't play the first game, you won't know what the hell is going on. And story-wise, at least, you'll get the gameplay, of course, but like you won't know what the hell is going on in the story.
Sure.
But yeah, so yeah. They're making a third one. It was, from what I remember, it was planned to come out next year. Linda was the same character you play as, and
You're gonna look on as other people suffer
maybe,
and be like,
just
Suckers.
maybe, if I one day see the third one, maybe I will attempt to finish the second one and
why
then
would you do
give it a
that?
try. Just maybe.
You
but
are
that maybe
someone-
is small.
You are someone who doesn't give up on games if they're bad, because you spent your money on them, you want to finish them, as is a reasonable thought process. And
Yeah, like
you
I bought
gave
the
up.
game, might as well get my money's out of it.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't refund them, and you gave up on them. You gave
gave
up
up.
on them.
I gave up. Not the first one, the second one. I finished the first one.
Sure, but still, you gave up on a game that you could not
Yeah.
refund. And you don't
Yeah.
want to go back in there one day? Do you not understand the scope of what you're saying?
Yeah, I am. I'm horrible. I know.
You're
I'm a
asking
masochist.
for
I'm
the shit
stupid.
to be shoved down your throat.
I know. I'm dumb.
You're asking for it to be shoved right back up where it came from.
I know. I know.
What are you doing?
I know. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sane now, though. That's not happening right now, so I'm good. That opinion could change too. Like I could be like, you know what? That idea I had all those time ago. Fuck that. I'm not doing it. But you know. Just wanted to share that you know that Dreadout was the worst piece of shit I ever had to go through in my life. So, you know.
The worst game ever.
I went into it all happy. I was excited. I was complimenting it, and that took a complete 180.
Oh my god. You know, I had really good things about Dreadout. So you were saying I played the worst piece of shit ever. And I was like, okay, what is this? You find some indie game or something. Or maybe you finally played like E.T. on the Atari 2600. Worldwide known as one of the worst games to ever exist.
Yeah.
And then you said Dreadout, and I was like, Dreadout? And like, I don't know if confusion is the right word, but like hesitation or like just like pausing. I just had to think about it for a second because I was like, Dreadout. I kind of know what Dreadout is. I've heard of it. I don't remember it being like the camera taking game, but I remember it being some horror game with ghosts and stuff. And I was like, if it's what I'm thinking of, people love this game. Maybe found a different game called Dreadout. Nope. You talked about the phone camera picture taking to combat the ghosts, and I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Piece of shit. Pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Hi, Boko. Welcome back. You just missed a good old rant.
Yeah, I ranted for a bit about a game.
Oh man,
I hate.
that's interesting though. That's interesting. I never hear people. I mean, I haven't really looked into the game or people's reviews, but like just the little side comments about the game. People are like, "Oh, Dreadout's great. Play it." Never mentioned any of that.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe it was just me.
I don't know. What you described sounds bad. Like I don't want to walk. I don't want to press W for a minute, up to a minute per death before I can actually get back into the game. I don't want to deal with like telefragging spawning enemies. That's bad. I don't want to deal with a game that's not going to give you the necessary indicator. Or I don't want to play a game that refuses to give me the indicator that it should give me for progression. And I end up wandering around for 2 hours in one area. That all sounds terrible.
Yeah. Honestly, I was thinking of recording it, and I did. I did record the game. But God Almighty, that's gonna stay in the trash bin.
If you do return to 2, you gotta return to that. Or not return to it, but if you do return to 2, you gotta make content out of that.
If I uploaded
People
that,
love
it probably
rage
would
games.
get views. But you probably would. If you
like me
Anthony,
personally,
as a person,
me, Neobunny.
if you clicked on said video that I uploaded of that, if I did upload it, you would see me in a new light, dude. I said some things that I would never even think of saying right now, ever. Of course, I didn't say like anything racist or sexist.
Sure, you didn't make any slurs, racial slurs.
I said things that I said things that I can't even fathom that I said. Like, I said pretty terrible things, dude. I said some pretty awful things.
Like you said the thing and then you were like, whoa, wait a second. Like that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Or a lot like that kind of post-reaction.
That kind of reaction, yeah.
Oh my god. Not gonna lie, that makes me slightly intrigued. Slightly.
Maybe
But you're
in
also
some time
saying if I ever see a notification from YouTube saying that Rob Gods uploaded, Rob Gods and Dread Out in the same notification.
yeah.
maybe avoid that notification. Maybe just swipe it away or just click off of it or something. Yeah, is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, it depends on you.
Yeah,
If
but
that's-
you
if that's what
told
you're
me. You
interested
just
in,
told
then-
me that I would see you in a different light. You saying that makes it sound like it'd be a bad light. But then you just say stuff you wouldn't normally say. It's like, oh, he's just mad at the game. It's not what he actually feels, or like it's not how he actually is. So,
Oh man.
people say shit when they're mad. So,
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you ever happen to see it, if you ever wanna see me like my unbridled what my unbridled rage can be like, go ahead and click on it. But if you don't want, if you wanna live in that blissful life where Rob's never mad, like never
Rob's
super
never
upset about things, then stay away from it.
just maybe take a back seat. Just a little back seat.
Take a back seat. Just watch the number go up. That's it. But if I ever do decide to upload that,
I mean, if you did,
I
yeah, that would
probably
just be
never
a
will.
big if. So,
yeah, I probably never will. But if I do,
I mean, you wouldn't have to upload it. You could stream it. Definitely the better option. Shit.
Well, for now, it'll forever just. I'm staring at the file right now too, as we speak. I'm staring at it. It's still here, just sitting in the unwanted folder.
Okay,
Not edited or anything.
So two things real quick. One, Oko said, I'm back. And then she said, I was scrolling on Twitter thinking, I'll listen and pay attention to stream. I did, in fact, not listen. And Kayla's back. She was back for a little bit, but I don't want to interrupt what you were saying, so. But the final thing she said was, by the way, I like your talkative friends. So I think she enjoys your ranting as well.
Well, I'm glad.
Uh,
I'm sorry if my ranting was a hot take on a game you like or something, but that was just my personal experience on how much I hated my life.
Here's the great thing about personal takes. They're personal, right? Despite what the internet wants you to think, they're personal. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean they have to get all pissy about it. And if they do, that's not on you. That's on them not being able to take a fucking opinion.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm pretty sure people like Fatal Frame more anyway, so as long as you're not talking shit on Fatal Frame, you're probably fine.
Oh, Fatal Frame, I can, as someone that did play Fatal Frame, I can actually say that I enjoyed Fatal Frame. I think that's good. That's a good game. I think it's great. I have Fatal Frame on Steam, one of them.
Ooh. Oh, are they on Steam?
Yeah, on Steam. Some of them.
Hey,
Not like all of them, but some of them are. Like 2 of them.
Are there more than 2? I thought there were only 2. Fatal Frame and Fatal Frame 2.
A lot of Fatal Frame games out there.
Is it like 20?
I don't want to say 20. I want to say like around
Around how many?
6. Maybe. Or maybe I'm stupid.
What the
I
hell?
don't know.
Well, there's something called Fatal Frame Project Zero. Never heard of that one.
My point is, Fatal Frame is good.
Oh, wait. Fatal Frame Project Zero. Fatal Frame Project Zero, MOBW, Fatal Frame Project Zero 20th Anniversary Celebration DLC. That's one title. Fatal Frame
Wow.
Project Zero, Maiden of the Black Water, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. Are these different games? These don't specify DLC. Okay, well, this one's an outfit. That's obviously DLC. That's an upgrade pack. Interesting. Huh. The fuck is trains? Trains Plus. Looks like a train stand. Why does that come up when I type in Fatal Frame?
Trains.
It's a little down the list, but still on the first page. Trains with a Z. It is with a Z at the end. Trains.
Cool.
2022. Oh, 2019. We got 2019, 2022. What happened to 2020 and 2021? We don't talk about those years. And if we're being real, a lot of people don't want to talk about 2020, so fair.
Fair, yeah.
Shit. Ooh, tab. There we go. Okay. Okay, okay, there we go. I'm dying. Cool.
I'm dying.
No pizza, though.
No pizza. Oh, nice W reference to today. I'm dying. Pizza?
Just how quick you said it in the... Like, it was the same kind of, like, tone as well. I'm dying! Pizza?
Yeah. There wasn't even a break.
I mean, I
in
guess it
between.
wasn't... I guess the I'm dying wasn't surprising sounding, but the pizza was just like a 180 almost. Like, it wasn't a 180. I don't know how to describe it. It was just great. And yeah, the, like, no downtime between sentences.
I'm dying. Pizza?
Come.
Pizza, our Lord and Savior. Pizza.
Pizza is pretty good. What kind of pizza was it?
It is.
I didn't even think to ask.
I don't remember.
Oh, you were
It's
so
just like
excited
pizza.
about it.
I know, because I ate it directly. As soon as I said pizza, I just ate it.
You didn't even bother to
remember
look
what
at
it
it. You just recognized it as pizza. You were just like, oh, nom,
Yeah.
nom.
Just recognized as pizza. Oh, no. It was a full heal, so, you know, it was nice.
Oh, perfect for when you're dying.
Yeah.
No wonder you were so excited.
Yeah. Pizza?
Huzzah. Well, if it's a full heal, it had to just be like a classic pepperoni, since that's like your go-to.
Maybe, yeah.
If it full healed you, then it had to be.
Pizza. Pizza? Pizza?
Huzzah. Not that.
Huzzah. Why is this a recommended?
What?
Totally normal game, nothing suspicious at all. Doki Doki Literature Club Part 1 by Marco. Why does this have 9.5 million views?
That's an old video. I'm pretty sure you played it when that game came out. So what,
Yeah, 7 years
2017?
ago.
Yeah, that's why. People like Markiplier, and people like Doki Doki, so...
Dude, when are my videos gonna reach that number?
When you consistently upload, so YouTube consistently recognizes you.
True.
Or stream, you know, because that's something you did a couple times, but consistently put stuff out there.
I do plan on streaming tomorrow.
Was gonna be more Mickey?
I want it at least.
If you do. Is that like a bad thing or
Yes.
something you're doing?
Yeah.
I kind of figured with the title, but also I don't know shit about Epic Mickey, so I was like, well, maybe it's just like not necessarily like a bad root, but maybe just, you know, an alignment system. You could be a good guy or a dick.
Basically.
And Mickey's a dick.
I don't know if you watched it, but in it, I was talking about like things that could be corresponded with Mickey or Disney in real life. I was like, yeah, I'll be a dick. I'll go to all these people's houses and rob their money because I'm Mickey. Get away. I was saying things like that.
I mean, if we're being real, he could do that.
Yeah.
Mickey is,
away
well,
with it.
at least was Mickey, but he probably still could if we're being real.
Yeah. Probably.
His legacy is long-standing enough that him not being part of Disney anymore doesn't matter. It actually
You think
doesn't matter.
You still associate him and
Exactly.
to some people he's still the face of Disney. To me, even he's still the face of Disney.
Sure, that's just because that's what we know him as.
Yeah.
We grew up with him as.
Back when I was watching Disney Channel and all those people were like, I'm insert name here and you're watching Disney Channel. They would always draw the
Oh,
Disney head.
yeah,
Or
yeah.
the Mickey Mouse head.
Yeah.
That's just... Yes.
Booker said, Fortnite, I'm pregnant, it's raining meatballs.
I'm pregnant.
Fortnite, comma, I'm pregnant, and then all caps, it's raining meatballs. And then she said, is there a new face of Disney?
Apparently yes, but I don't know who it is.
Is there? Oh, okay.
But you're never gonna replace Mickey. Mickey was cool. Another reason
Mickey's
I like
aight.
Epic Mickey is because Oswald is given the spotlight for once in it. I like Oswald. I've always liked Oswald more than Mickey.
That is true, yeah.
He was first. He was before, he came out a year before Steamboat Willie came out.
Yeah. Oswald is at least the OG compared to Mickey. If not the OG.
Yeah. Just for some reason, nobody knows he exists.
Well, some people know he exists. He has that FNF song.
Dude, my parents didn't know who Oswald was.
Really?
My parents had no idea who Oswald was. I learned about Oswald when I was 8. My parents didn't know who Oswald was. That's insane. When I told them about Oswald, they were like, oh, who's that? I was like, the Lucky Rabbit? They were like, who? I was like, dude, what? The pie-eyed character? They were like, huh? You mean like Mickey Mouse? I was like, you're telling me you don't know who Oswald is? I showed them a picture and they were like, what in the hell?
Yeah, I had to have seen Oswald somewhere because I've seen him before, like way before that FNF mod or anything. Like I'd seen him before. I just don't know why I've seen him. I don't know if it's. I just don't know. I have no idea if it was like maybe I happened to catch one of those old cartoons. Maybe it was pictures or something online. Maybe like videos or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was before I really started using the internet, but I don't know for sure. But I did know he was a thing. I just couldn't remember his name.
Oswald.
But if like Disney and Rabbit came up, I would think of him because I don't think there's any other Rabbit, is there?
Not that I know of.
For Disney?
Not that I know of. I don't think there's any other Disney Rabbit I can think of.
Yeah. I mean,
The only other rabbit I can think of is not Disney. Bugs.
Oh, Bunker said Thumper. Which is true. Yeah, Bambi.
That's not anthropomorphic bunny though. I was more thinking of like anthropomorphic characters, not like
that's
an
true.
actual bunny.
That's fair. I mean, he does talk at least.
Yeah, he does talk, but I was thinking like
true.
anthropomorphic
Anthro.
character.
Yeah. I was just thinking bunnies in general, but that is true. Anthro. Yeah, I guess.
Because most of Disney stuff was like
Mickey's,
human.
Anthro bunny. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
most of
Anthro
early Disney
mouse.
stuff was either human or anthropomorphic animal. Like all the early stuff, like Steamboat Willie time era.
Yeah.
I
I
don't think
mean,
Bambi was
the
that old.
Steamboat Willie, Pete. I don't know what else came out around that time.
Oh, Pete. You say Pete? Yeah, Pete.
Pete, yeah. Yeah, Steamboat Willie's crewmate. Or
Yeah.
Captain? Captain.
Captain.
Yeah, Captain, yeah. Oh, Boko said Rabbit from Winnie the Pooh. I don't remember his
Is that
name, but
anthropomorphic?
I was kind of thinking about that.
I think his name is Rabbit.
Oh, is it just Rabbit?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
What,
not.
is it
it's not-
anthropomorphic? He walks around like a human, I think.
I mean, he walks around like a human. I mean, he's technically human proportioned.
I think
Definitely,
I think
he's
Rabbit
definitely
was-
more human than Bunny portioned.
yeah.
He's just got the
Yeah.
full-on furry thing going, and not like human with animal parts. It's full-on furrying up.
If anything, I think they were all anthropomorphic except E. So I think Rabbit is anthropomorphic.
Look who said Judy
think-
Hopps. Who the fuck is Judy Hopps?
Focus on what? I'm sorry. I was
Judy
thinking of Rabbit.
Hopps.
Judy Hopps.
Oh,
I mean, that's Zootopia,
Zootopia. Yeah. Is that Disney? See, nowadays, I don't know if a movie of that nature is Disney or the Pixar.
Oh,
I
yeah.
see it and
No,
I'm like, which is which? I don't watch the trailers because I don't really.
Judy Hopps is Disney.
Okay.
But Judy
See,
Hopps
I
is more
don't-
modern. I'm talking about old Disney. Zootopia was what, 20 something? What was Zootopia's release date?
Pixar is Disney? I think.
Zootopia
I didn't know that.
release date. 2016.
The
Did they
older,
merge?
the older Pixar movies never had any. At least I never saw any Disney representation, so I just assumed they were different.
I don't remember. I'm really following all those.
Oh,
I don't really like-
Disney
I don't really
bought
like the
Pixar a
movie.
long time ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't really like the movies that they're doing right now.
I kind of stopped. I mean, I stopped caring before then. I just only know about this one because it was so fucking popular. My little sister watched it, Frozen.
Oh, well, Frozen's good. I'm more talking
It's
about
o-
like the stuff
it's
now,
okay.
like Turning Red. Turning Red is
Well,
trash.
no. I was just saying that I kind of stopped caring about Disney and Pixar movies around the time of Frozen. It wasn't because of Frozen that made me stop. Just that's kind of around the time I just stopped caring about movies in general. So
Yeah. Disney and Pixar do have some good movies though. Like Pixar's first movie, Toy Story,
Toy Story is good, but that's an old.
peak though. It's actual peak.
Yeah. Yeah, the older Pixar and Disney stuff, good, definitely.
And then their second movie ever made was Bug's Life, peak. Bug's Life was
That was
also
the second.
fantastic.
Dang.
Yeah. Yeah, their first
Yeah.
three movies was Toy Story 1 in order, Toy Story 1, Bug's Life, and Toy
Oh wow.
Those three movies, all three of them were fantastic movies.
They were good. Yeah. Oh yeah.
They were great.
I'm pretty sure my favorite Disney movie when I was young was The Emperor's New Groove. I love that shit. I watched the ever-loving hell out of that.
It's so good. Pull lever, Crunk!
Yeah. Wrong lever.
Every time Crunk pulled the wrong lever.
Okay,
I fucking love it.
2006 is when Disney bought Pixar.
You think that long ago?
That's a long time ago. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, the movies they're making now, like Turning Red, what was the other one? Luca. I don't like those movies. Those movies are
Look at
garbage.
Turning Red. That one Elemental movie.
Elemental.
I don't remember what it was called, but was it just called
It's called
Elemental?
Elemental.
Oh, okay. Well,
It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't good.
people seem to enjoy Inside Out.
The first one is good.
Are there more?
There's only two.
Oh, I thought there was only the one. Well,
The second one's kind of weird. But the first one was good. I don't know, a lot of their movies are kind of mid now, I think. You gotta go back to the days where, like, I mean, it's not a Disney movie, but, like, Watership Down, like, that era of movie. You gotta go back. By the way, Watership Down, the book, oh my god, the book is a masterpiece.
It's great.
It is spectacularly written. I love that book. I don't know why it's deemed a kid's book, but otherwise, it is Watership Down. If you guys have not read Watership Down, read it. It is fantastic. I love that book.
I have not.
You haven't read the book?
Nope.
Have you seen the movie?
I don't think so.
You've heard of it though, right?
I've
Watership Down?
heard of it. Yeah, I just don't think I've seen it. I
It
definitely
is
know I haven't
fantastic.
read it.
I love it.
Watership Down movie and see if I recognize. Oh.
Up your alley. About bunnies.
Oh.
Bunnies in the economy.
Yeah, but isn't there like death? It's not a kid's movie at all.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just not sure why
Yeah,
it's a kid's
okay.
book.
I haven't seen it, but I've definitely heard of it and I've seen clips. Definitely.
It's so good. Oh my god. And the movie, that when they made the movie, it was good too. I was afraid, like, it was like when I first heard about it, I was I read the book, first heard about the adaptation. I was like, oh man, is it gonna be? he sucks and the book is good. But no, the movie was also good.
It was good. It was great, huh?
It was good.
Damn.
So good. I love Watership Down. But then they made a remake of it and no.
Oh, of course they didn't.
No.
Of course they made a remake.
Ruined it.
Was it live action or animated? Do you remember?
I think it was live action. It wasn't good. No, it wasn't good. It wasn't as good.
Just now.
Just go back to the classic 1979 version. Good. Peak. Mwah. If you want to learn about how rabbits have their ecosystem, there you go. They also have our government like us, apparently. Yeah. But theirs sucks.
Theirs is horrible. Garbage even. Let's see here. Okay, so Booker said Toy Story 7 was pretty good. I don't know if that's exaggeration or if that's actually 7. I don't know. My favorite Disney movie was Robin Hood. I thought that was 5.
Oh, it was 4.
My favorite Disney movie was Robin Hood. Yes, that is how I became a furry. I don't remember what she was saying that too. And then Surrigan popped in. LMAO, I fell asleep watching the stream. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, welcome back. You missed a great rant from Rob. Just scroll back a little bit when the stream's done.
I never watched Robin Hood.
I don't think I have either. I know I've seen, like, I recognize it, but I don't think I've actually seen it. Like I said, dude, I've been wondering why I've been having a looming sense of dread all day, and I just remember I forgot to take my depression meds. Oh no.
Oh no.
I will definitely do it. Go. Take.
Meds.
Well, I was gonna say go like nom nom, but you don't really do that with meds. So.
Oh yeah. Pixar early movies were good. Like I remember like Bugs Life. I know I already said it, but like, you know, Bugs Life was good. Bugs Life was so good. It was so good. It was fantastic. And seeing or listening to Kevin Spacey as a grasshopper was funny. Dude, you get to witness Kevin Spacey act as a grasshopper and scream, "Where's my food?" It was fantastic. And then what came out for Toy Story? It was Monsters Inc. Dude, Monsters Inc. was also fantastic. I love that movie.
Not gonna know the order that these movies came out, but yes, I did like Monsters Inc. as well.
Let me look up their order of movies that released. Pixar movies in order, in chronological order. Okay, and the first one was Toy Story, then it was A Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, Monsters Inc. Finding Nemo was next. Finding Nemo was also fantastic.
Oh yeah, Finding Nemo. Yeah.
Oh, then The
I saw that one as well.
Incredibles. Oh man, dude, The Incredibles.
That's like one of the most popular The Incredibles, one of the most popular movies like from them ever. I think I've only seen it like twice.
Oh, it's so good.
And I've not seen 2. But I do
not as good as the
remember.
first one.
I do remember No Capes. I do remember that. That's like one of the only few things I remember about that movie. But
I love Incredibles. That's such a peak. Where is my super soup?
yeah,
Peak line.
the city's in danger. My evening's in danger. That shit.
I love The Incredibles.
And
After The Incredibles was Cars.
And the whole, you sly dog or whatever, you got me monologuing. And just fucking chucks him. I know we didn't mean to chuck him, but still.
Cars,
okay.
was good. Cars was good.
The first one.
Then you got.
I've never seen 2 or 3, so I don't know.
Yeah, the first one was good. Then you got Ratatouille.
Ratatouille, I like
The
that
Rat
one as
Who
well.
Cooks. Yeah, Ratatouille's a good one. I like Ratatouille a lot. After Ratatouille was Wall-E. I liked Wall-E.
I saw that once. I don't remember much about it, other than the other robot.
I think that was their first go at a movie with characters that don't speak as much or like don't really have like a full like conversation.
Yeah, they just beep
But
and
it did
boop.
pretty well.
Oh,
they
yeah.
talk,
People loved it. Oh, do they?
but they don't really like.
Oh, I guess so,
They didn't
because
say
Wally.
much.
Yeah, because Wally does the whole "I'm Wally" whatever.
Yeah,
I guess there's some talking. Okay.
but Wally was good. And then after Wally was Up. Did you like Up?
I don't think I've ever seen the full movie. I've just seen bits and pieces, so I don't have a definitive answer. It never seemed intriguing to me. Like, everyone was always sad about, oh, the dude's wife is dead, and I'm just like, oh. Okay.
Okay.
Cool, I guess.
I think Up was okay. I liked it.
A lot of people liked it, so it's probably good. I just haven't seen it all the way.
Okay. After Up was Toy Story 3. Toy Story 3, I liked,
the
but
pink bear, right? That was 3.
yeah, lots.
That's
of
the last one I saw, because I've seen 1, 2, and 3. Wait. When did 2 come out? Between which 2 movies? Because I don't remember you saying 2, but I probably just missed it.
Between A Bug's Life and Monsters Inc.
I completely missed it. Okay.
It's the 3rd movie they ever released.
Oh, right. You said that in the very beginning. Right.
Yeah.
I remember liking 2
After
and
Toy
3.
Story 3, after Toy Story 3 was Cars 2,
Never seen it.
and then was Brave. I don't know if you ever watched Brave.
I never watched it, but that was the like long-haired redhead with like the bow, right?
The bow, her mom turned
Oh,
into
no.
a bear.
Oh. So she's hunting the bear. Obviously, I don't know shit about that movie other than what she looks like. That's all I got. I don't know why.
She's trying to
anything's
save her
happening.
mom because her mom is seeing like since her mom's turned into a bear after she curses her with a witch because she got mad one time at her mom. Her mom turned into a bear and is now in danger because her town is trying to kill the bear, but she's trying to save her mom because she knows it's her mom.
Oh. The town can't defend themselves from one bear?
Well, they are. They're trying to kill it.
Oh, so she doesn't. Okay, I got you. Okay, yeah.
Next was Monsters University. Another peak cinema movie.
That was a good
Mwah.
one. I never saw it. I don't remember anybody saying anything about it either. So I don't know shit about that
so good.
movie other than from what like previews I saw. It was a prequel. That's all I know.
Monsters University was like the movie I watched that helped me like fully understand the whole purpose of the whole point of why people are upset about being put on a pedestal. That movie was like the one that put that in my brain on why being put on a pedestal can ruin your life.
Oh, okay. Who's that happen to?
And then after it happened to in the movie,
Yeah.
it was Sully.
Oh, yeah, big blue dude.
Yeah, big blue guy.
Wait, okay,
They
hold
talked
on.
about there was a
Real-
scene in the movie. There was a scene in the movie where they went to the human world. And there was like an emotional moment where they were both like talking about their problems, while Mike was like trying to he was trying really hard. It just simply wasn't scary. He felt like he wasn't he would like no matter how hard he tried, his effort put to waste. Meanwhile, and he was getting mad at Sully because he was like, "You're scary enough as it is. All you gotta do." And Sully was like, "Yeah, well, like everybody has this high expectation of me. Like, I do one thing wrong, and all of a sudden I'm like the worst thing to ever exist because I shot down all of their expectations." Like he's mentioning all that, and how he's insecure because no one's seeing him for him.
Right,
like,
just
as
what
his
he's
name.
done.
Yeah, as his
Okay.
family name and not for him. And that I saw that movie and I was like that really pushed it into me. Like, just don't ever put people on a pedestal because that'll ruin their life just as much as someone's trying really hard. Ooh, I'll be right back. My food got here.
Okay. Sorry, and if it's still here, then bye. Sorry, I don't want to. I tried to stop Rob, but he kept on going, so. Thanks for being here. What were you two talking about? Let's scroll. Disney fell asleep. Good morning. Good morning. Stuff was an hour, I think. Yo, mama. I feel like I've been sleeping all night. The less I sleep, the more I feel refreshed when I wake up. Doesn't sound logical. I mean, that doesn't exactly sound logical, but at the same time, I kind of feel that. Because if I get more sleep than normal, I feel more tired. I think it's just because my body's not used to it. So it's like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Stop it. So I'm gonna call myself an emo slur. I'm gonna go eat and then do something productive. Neo is an emo. Is it more similar to a wizard or a loaded gun? Is that what you're asking? Right, like pick which it's closer to. I must say a. I'm just choose my moves. That was an emo similar to. Oh, is it similar to either? Maybe a loaded gun in a way, but I don't really know how to word it. It just kind of makes sense. I don't know about a wizard though. Not sure about a wizard.
I open this slightly, but it's not gonna happen.
Then open it forcefully.
Hiya! Just tears it and everything just flies out.
What is it?
I had to build Millers.
Oh.
I love the Millers. Barbecue. Mm. Love me some barbecue. I am so sorry for all this fucking noise I'm making. I'm trying to but it's not working out.
Just get it over with. Don't rip it off like a band-aid, damn it. One and done.
I'm giving it up now. There you go.
There you go.
That's all the noise I'm making.
I didn't even hear shit then, so.
Really?
When you said you gave in and just did it, I didn't hear anything, so.
Wow.
We know Discord's very finicky with the noises it picks up on your end sometimes, so maybe that was just one of those.
It really is. It makes no sense. Maybe no monthly.
Yeah, 'cause, like, I
don't even know what I said.
I can't hear like Lucy or whatever meowing 5 feet away from you, but I can hear a feather fall halfway across your house. Like, what the fuck? Discord, what are you doing?
That is weird. That is weird. Alright, I'm gonna open up my food. I gotta make more noise because my food was a bag in a bag.
Do it. I probably won't hear it anyways.
Can you hear that?
No, I didn't hear a thing.
You can't. Okay.
When you said I'm gonna make more noise, I stopped doing things in the game and I just sat, tilted my head and listened. I didn't hear shit.
Well, I just made a bunch of noise now. I'm done making the. Well, you heard that. No.
No, I didn't hear anything. Make all the noise you want.
Awesome. I'm gonna go do the big M word then.
Oh, there you go. Let me just pull up the disclaimer real quick.
No, thank God you really got it prepared.
Oh yeah, no. I told you. I thought a lot about my OBS setup and whatnot for streaming. I got bases
Oh, you
covered.
did say that. Yeah, you're right.
including that wood. Funny enough.
So
Just that one though.
the M one.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will remember not to say it.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually wanted to ask you about that. I'm assuming you're going to be more on like the professional streamer side. So I wanted to ask.
I've never once claimed I'm professional, but go on.
Well, I'm not saying you're claiming you're professional. I more meant like you're gonna go like what professional streamers do. Was that's what I'm assuming. But
Go on.
you're gonna have like a schedule and stuff. Are you gonna have a schedule and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, wanted to try and go 5 days a week.
Well, based off said schedule,
Mm-hmm.
are you going to like? Are you going to do what all the other VTubers or YouTubers or whatever they do, streamers, doing like be like, hey, on this day, I'm going to play this game specifically.
No.
No? Okay.
I mean, like, come time for that Final Fantasy Tactics remake, I'll probably, like, put something, like, I'll probably, because on my end tab, I just have a basic schedule. Like, I have it up now if you want to pull it up real quick to look, but, like, I just have a basic, you know, times, but no actual games on there. But, like, if there's something I'm anticipating coming out that I know I'm going to want to play a lot, then I'll like put it on there, right? Just so like say I'm still playing Cassette Beasts by the time that comes out. Probably not, but you never know.
Okay.
But like generally no, I'm not being professional about this at all other than maybe my scene's looking better.
Okay.
I mean, I want to be professional obviously, but like what I was doing before, nothing different really. Just I want to play this, so I'll play it.
Okay. Are the games that you've like already streamed before, like, you know, because you play like roguelikes and stuff, like Risk of Rain.
Yeah.
Are those gonna be like a constant? Like you're gonna stream those every now and then, or completely just like not gonna happen anymore?
It's not gonna. I still want to play like games I played before. I want to try and expand out because I have a lot of games on Steam in the backlog, and I've gotten some of those for the sake of content. So you know, like, what's I haven't even downloaded right now. Potentially. Let's see here. What do I got? Like, well, there's some games that I got that I want to make content like for the first time, and then it's like whatever. Like Noita, right? I've had Noita downloaded for fucking ever, but I wanted to save it for content. Just my first experience, because I know it's not the easiest.
Right.
And like, I don't have it downloaded, but like the same for Dead Cells. Also realized those are just both roguelikes. But like actual like series games, like I just thought about it today, but like I made like 3 Persona 5 Royal videos like months ago. I'm probably gonna download the game later and just continue doing that on stream. You know, stuff like that, like actual series. But it's not really gonna be like, hey, on what's today? Monday? Tuesday. Oh my god, ever since I've had this third day off work, it's been messing with my days like this whole time, like this whole month or two or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, so like, you know, Thursday, I'm not gonna schedule Persona for Thursday, you know? I'm not gonna schedule Risk of Rain 2 for Friday. I'm not gonna schedule 7 days. Well, for a while until I get a better CPU, but you know, I'm not gonna schedule specific game for a specific day. Like, funny enough, this morning, this morning I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? I haven't actually played this game yet. I'm gonna stream Baldi's Basics Plus. And then earlier and then like maybe 2-3 hours before I started, I was like, you know what? The bunny model's working for. It worked for Cassette Beasts. Let's do another stress test for 7 days. And now here I am playing Cassette Beasts. Nothing's ever planned.
Right.
Nothing ever is planned, like, you know. Who knows?
Okay. And
I'm just trying to be consistent at this point. That's my biggest thing, because I know I don't have the best track record with that, but...
I respect that. I have one more question.
Yeah.
Is this... With this going on, is this gonna affect me and you at all?
I don't think so.
Like...
Unless you want it to.
Like, what I mean is, like... I'm not... Obviously, I don't want to, like... I'm not talking about, like, is this gonna cut our content? I know that's not... Me and you are better than that. What I more meant was like, are there going to be days where which if there are, I'll respect it. Like, I'm fine with it. What I'm asking is like, are there going to be like, you're gonna send me a message being like, hey, I want to stream a solo game today, so no call. or other days where you're gonna be like, hey, I'm thinking of streaming like this multiplayer game. You in? Things like that. You know, is that gonna affect? Is that gonna be a thing that's gonna happen at all, or not?
Not in the foreseeable future. Like I say that because I don't know of any game or any case where that would be the case.
Okay.
So like, you know, like you asked to call today. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's not gonna change.
Okay.
Not unless you want it to change, but
I was just asking.
I just haven't said anything since I started streaming again because I honestly had no idea what you were doing. Well, like you said, you were letting me do my own thing. But like after this long, I mean, not every time, but you typically say something. So the fact that you didn't say anything, I thought maybe you were going through some shit or something, or just something going on. So I was like, if he shows up, he shows up.
You can just send a message. I don't mind. I'll respond to you if I can.
Yeah, I do this with literally everybody. I always feel bad. Well, like it's a case where like, okay, if they are going through something, then me sending a message is gonna bother them potentially. I have the same thought process for like Mimi as well, like, which is stupid because she's the bestie, but it's still like, she's going through something. I mean, not lately, but like around the time that the shit first started, I was like, oh, do I send a message? Do I not? Is it bothering? Is it not? So, you know, sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't.
Sorry, my dad came in the room. Well, what you call it? Not that it'll, ease your worries. I'm just gonna say this just so you can keep it in mind, maybe. At least with me. You could just send a message whenever. Like if you want to play or if you just want to check in, do whatever you want. Like you can even send me a meme. Just send me a message, and based on whatever's going on, like if something is going on, I'll tell you. Like I'll be like, hey, I'm not doing well today, so I'm gonna sit this one out, or something like that. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
But if I am doing well, I'll be like, hey man, how you doing? Engage conversation.
Oh yeah.
So at least with me, if you want to talk, just send me a message, and no matter what the situation is, I'll respond. I may take some time sometimes because I might be busy.
Sure.
Or doing or other things, but I will respond to you, and that's it. So there's at least with me.
I mean, fair.
Just try to keep that in mind. I know it won't ease your worries like immediately, but just keep it in your mind. Oh, so good.
But no, like literally nothing has to change.
Okay.
If that was your main concern.
I just wanted to know.
I mean, that's fair. Also, I love how you have that one random ARG video on your channel. That wasn't an ARG video. Like, you know what you're talking about, that weird website. That was supposed to be an ARG thing, it was like an art piece website. That kind of video was, for a plan that's long, sent out the window. Long sent out the window. What was it? It was just an art piece website. It was using the anime Serial Experiments Lane. But like, using their own style. Wait, there was a website. What are you not talking about? Wait, what video are you talking about? Okay, counter question for you, Rob. Well, slash statement, I guess, because, like, I'm gonna be real. Like, I mean, it probably depends on the night, but, like, But like, it's again part of trying to be consistent. And I work 5 days a week. Some of these streams are gonna be night streams like yesterday's. Like, but like, as far as any day goes, ugh, any day. Would you rather like? Hold on, waiting issues.
You got
Okay. Would you rather that, like, you know, I message you before I start doing this? Would you want to play it out? You know, like I just start, and if you feel like it, you can say something like, yo, call me bitch. You know? Because, like, part of this thinking was that I remember that. Fuck wedding. Like, I don't think you expressed it in like a bad way. But I know that you did, like, you know, the offline stuff. The offline stuff that we were doing, which is fair. So that was something I thought about when trying to think about this whole thing. That's kind of why I started streaming in the mornings. Like a month or so ago, like 2 months ago, I tried that, but oh my fucking god. That's so hard to do. Like, just like get the motivation to wake up, try and wake myself up enough in 2 hours. Like, the game of subs does work. It does stuff, but still, it's like, oh my god, I don't want to socialize this early.
That's always been a thing where like you always want to like wait till a time to give yourself like enough time to prepare yourself, like, you know, wake yourself up, get everything together, and do everything you need to do.
By 4 o'clock, I'm good to go.
I've always respected that.
Good enough to go, but
not even by 4. It was like by 2.
Well, I meant to start streaming. To message you, yeah, it'd be like around 2, like around the time I got off work when I worked at Price Chopper and just on my days off, around 2.
Yeah.
Woke up, or waking up, got some lunch, good to go on food. But where's my thought process? I mean, I know what thought process was going, but
you were asking if like what I would prefer.
Yes, but that's not what. Oh, but that's why I wanted to try and stream in the mornings, because I kind of felt bad about not having offline stuff, but I just can't fucking do it.
You talking about not having online stuff?
Offline.
Oh,
about just like not hanging out offline, but like obviously with this current schedule I have, it's gonna be like my days off. It's gonna be a lot of the afternoon.
Right.
I don't like have a set time necessarily to stop. At the same time, I'm trying to stop around like 10, just so there's some downtime afterwards. And I'm just like, all right, I'm done streaming. Bed.
Bed.
Immediately. But like, I don't know. What do you prefer? What do you prefer? And I guess, are you okay with this? Because like I feel bad, but at the same time, it's like
it's your schedule.
I gotta work with what I can do.
Yeah.
I was a morning person, be the complete opposite, but goddamn it, I'm the nightest owl there is. I just can't do it.
When I'm busy in the morning.
Well, I was saying if I was a morning person, then I could do it in the morning.
Oh, fair enough.
Which is another reason why those morning streams worked in that way. Because yeah, I'd stop at 2, eat some lunch, yo. Yeah, 2-ish. Didn't always end at that time, but you know, close. Wait, what was it? Let me go look at the website. Hold on, I gotta. What do you? I think so. I have it on here. Do I? Oh no! That was the question.
Oh,
Well, that was like the end of the question. Questions, whatever. How many there were in there? How do I? You go. I'm thinking out loud.
oh, you might hate me for this,
Oh.
but I want to ask you again. Can you repeat the question, like, just straight up?
Wait. Both of them?
Like, just the flat question. Yeah, both of them. Or if there was one or two questions.
That was the okay. So.
Just so I know what to
Well,
answer right
it's. It was like one, but two. Okay. So like today,
now.
you were chilling in chat for a little bit, and then you were like, "Yo, call."
Mhm.
Is that how you would prefer it? Or
Personally?
or do you like the before messages leading into it? Because I know you did like the offline time as well, which I understand. I did too. But I cannot do the mornings. I cannot do the mornings. I tried. I failed. I plummeted.
Let's see. Personally,
And like maybe I can fit
you
like
go
a
ahead.
morning one or two in there, maybe. But like I don't know.
hey man, don't push yourself, dude.
I don't
If
want
you
to,
can't
but
do it,
my
you can't do it.
feelings are in the way.
I would say don't push yourself. Because then it'll probably just take the fun out of things if you push yourself.
I did disappear for a month.
Yeah.
Not intentionally. It wasn't. I didn't think it'd be long, but you know.
Let's see. Personally, I've been busy, like with work. I told you that, I've been trying to, everything went up. So,
Yeah.
extra
Yeah.
days and stuff, more
Extra
money.
work and all that.
busy.
Yeah.
So I feel like what I was gonna say is gonna be kaput by what I'm gonna say right now,
Okay.
but I'll at least tell you this first and then tell you my real answer.
Mhm.
But
Wait, your real answer.
sometimes like I haven't really been getting home till like 4:30,
Oh.
and then I take a shower and do things. Sometimes I get home at 4 flat, and then I take a shower and I'm not ready till 30, but
Sure.
like I've been getting home kind of late. I'm getting home late, and sometimes, I'm tired, but
Mhm.
I still talk to people. Like just the other day, like I was tired, but I got a phone call from someone, and I ended up on the phone call for like 3 hours. So I mean, I'm still
man.
like I can still talk and stuff.
Well, I mean, sure. Yeah.
It's just the fact that I get home late. Like,
Mhm.
but I'm pretty sure by 4 o'clock you are streaming, so I wouldn't even be home or ready until 30 minutes in at most.
Mhm.
Which I was saying this now because I feel like that was gonna that statement that I just said now could put what my answer was. My original answer was I would prefer a message beforehand,
Mhm.
because then like even if I can't answer it, the fact that you might have sent a message like around 2 o'clock, I can mentally prepare my to be like, okay, this is my plan now when I get home. I'm gonna do this instead of doing other things.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. I got you.
And then also, so like, also for that reason, like whenever I'm in the chat, and then I just say like, "Hey, you want to call?" and then I pop in, I feel kind of rude. I know it's not rude, but I feel kind of
It's not
rude.
just like it's not like I said. Well, I just said, "Hey, call." You know. You actually did.
I
ask.
know, but I feel kind of rude because it's like you're busy streaming this game that you're into, and the chat is talking to you and stuff. And I'm not saying anything against the chat. I'm not saying anything against you or anything. It's just the me thing. I feel like I'm like rude because it's like the stream, like at that moment the stream's focal point was you and the game, and then I just throw myself in here. It's all of a sudden like, hey, there's a just in the middle of nowhere, just comes out of nowhere. It's just here now, like, oh, it's here.
Oh,
Like no build up, no one's warned. Especially like, what if you were like big like you were huge, like
I
where
wouldn't-
like you had like tons of people in here.
I wouldn't.
I mean,
give a
again,
fuck.
no one. Some people probably wouldn't have a problem with it, but like, there was no build up. It's just, hey, I'm here now, and then
That's how
things
that's-
change.
That's how things just work sometimes. I don't give a fuck if I'm big enough.
I don't know. I don't know. That's just a me thing.
I mean, that's fair. Just like
I'm
me
a
and
person
my,
that likes to plan.
just like me and my messaging thing. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm a person that likes to plan stuff, so it's just a me thing. I've always been like that. But that's me. So personally, I would prefer a message, so I can just mentally prepare myself, and so I can be. I'm gonna plan this around my day now. Whereas, like, if I'm going like off the table or off the book, it's like, oh shoot, I'm looking over here thinking like, oh, did I like brush my hair or did I do what I need to do? All that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would
mean-
appreciate a message.
Okay. I
Plus
mean,
then,
yeah,
like,
I can do that. At least for now, expecting that you'll be a bit.
Yeah.
with your work schedule, like holy shit.
Plus then, like also like since we already have like that agreement that you can be like oh, Rob's gonna join. Then we're expecting now we're expecting him rather than just like be popping in, being like, hey, I'm here now.
I wanna throw a vocal comment at you that you just said.
What's that?
In all caps. Yes, but the Rob Mystery surprise appearance was super fucking tough. TUFF.
Tough.
Tough.
Well, I appreciate that. It's just a me thing though, guys. Like Boko, I've always been someone that likes to plan stuff. It's just a me thing. Well, speaking of, I gotta answer Boko's question.
Oh.
I'm not gonna say that out loud. Is similar to a wizard or a loaded gun?
Oh, the emo,
Sorry.
yeah. No, she asked in chat.
Is it similar to a wizard or a gun? A wizard or a loaded gun?
I had an answer, but you go ahead and answer first.
Wizard.
I said the opposite.
Loaded gun?
Yeah. I said wizard not so much, but a loaded gun in a weird way that's kind of complicated to explain. I could see it. I got a visual, but I don't know how to
Actually, you know
describe the
what?
visual.
You know what? Yeah. No. Not which is it? Well, not which is it similar to, but is it similar to either of them? Oh, is it similar to either of them?
I made the same mistake as well. I was like either or, and she was like, no, either.
Is it similar to either? Yes.
Which one? Or both?
Both, actually.
I didn't read
Can
what that
be
was.
similar
What was
to
that?
both. But why the question? Think of it as two separate questions. Yes and yes.
Hmm.
Wait. Oh, my mind just oh god, my mind just exploded myself.
All right.
I scared myself for a second.
You do.
I was like, wait, how can Boko hear me? I'm not streaming or
You
recording
just
anything,
now
but I just
questioned
remember.
You
I just
just
remember.
You just now question that. Not the millions of other things she's heard you say today.
Oh man.
You're like, wait a second, psychic powers.
My friend said he had a problem. I said, can I help? He said, not unless you're a wizard or a gun. And I said, I'm that. Is that similar? In the context, yes, I guess. But now that I know the context, now that sounds either really hilarious or really depressing. Now that I know the context of that question. So, I don't know. The answer is yes and yes, but I don't know how. Oh no, it's very, very depressing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And now I don't want to eat my food because I'm sad.
Oh no.
I'm kidding. I want to eat my food. I'm sad, but I want to eat.
It's just a sad eat. Okay, there's fire around here. Alright. Oh my god.
Oh man,
Best.
this food is delicious. Want to fry, Anthony?
Sure.
Or here you go.
Nom 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 nom.
I'll pretend you ate it. How was it?
It was good, it was good. Nice and potatoey.
You're welcome.
What did you get, like specifically? What kind of cute?
I got I got grilled. Yes, grilled chicken legs with fries.
Ooh.
Very tasty. Yes.
Grilled.
So what is your reason behind this? How is it similar to either?
Poker just said yummers.
I didn't I didn't plan this far ahead, but could be. I mean, if it's related to the wizard, it could be that they both.
See, this is why I included in my thing. I don't know if I can explain it. It's weird. It weirdly makes sense, but I don't know if I can explain it. And guess what? She didn't ask for clarification. You did not specify that, and look where you're at.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think a wizard or a loaded gun will solve your problem. I mean, they can try, and they probably will succeed temporarily, but they're not gonna solve the problem like, the way you wanted it solved. The wizard could kind of have that close, I guess. The other one, well, that's more escaping, if anything.
Okay, you meant both, as in like how the two choices connect to each other. Okay, I got you. I mean, if you really think about it, a wizard wand is just a magic gun.
It's true.
Just instead of a trigger, you say it. No, instead of the trigger that fires, you say fire, and fire comes out.
Yeah, that's how. I gotta sneeze.
Then do it.
God damn it! I did it.
He never listens.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'll commit Watership Down. I'm just kidding.
Which part?
Fuck, what was I saying? I lost my thought. Fuck my life.
Gun's trigger is like a wizard saying fire with his magic wand.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Because there's that yeah, because that's how I protect my teammate. I point a wand at them and shoot fire at them. They're fine. They heal. Sure, they drop on the floor, but that's just them taking a nap. They're not dead or anything. That's just them like succumbing to the healing. Like that's what helps them heal. But since they're asleep, their body's healing even faster. They just don't know it.
Yeah, and the blood liquid, the red liquid that you see coming out of the body, it's just bad blood. Blood leaking out so new blood can go in.
Yeah. And they're screaming in pain. That's not pain. That's pleasure because they're healing so hard. It's like, oh, this feels so good. My skin is regenerating. But weirdly enough, it makes sense to me. There you go. I didn't even need to explain anything.
Look at just that dog what?
Dogma?
Dog
balls?
What?
Dog what? What the dog doing?
Dog doing. The dog's whatting, apparently.
Dog doing. Are you streaming tomorrow morning?
No. Not before work. If I work, not before.
Are you streaming after tomorrow or tomorrow night?
No.
No stream tomorrow?
Wednesdays and Saturdays are gonna be my off days.
Oogie.
Oh, yeah, if you wanna chat after those days, we can do that
What are...
without the worry of content.
So what's your schedule then? You know, since you said Wednesday and Saturday, obviously that means stream Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. But at what times?
So my days off, I'm gonna do it at 4, which is currently
Friday, Sunday?
Friday, Sunday, and Tuesdays, because I'm still on that weird schedule.
Right, okay.
With that will probably change soon, because I think he goes back to school. He does go back to school either mid or late August. So when that happens, it'll still be Tuesday, but since I'll be working, it'll just be an after work one.
Okay.
And then
Just
the after
like,
work
what, 8?
ones, I just have planned for 8, maybe a little later, depending on, you know, how late I'm at work, I guess. But it should be good. It should be good.
Right.
Then yeah, Wednesdays, Saturdays, off days.
And then do you have like a time for like stream end or
No matter which day it is, I want to try and go for 10 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Just so there's some time. Oh, it is almost 10. Cool. But just so there's some time post stream to just not stream before going to bed instead of just, all right, stream's done, boom.
Right.
Yeah, whether it's the off days like today or the work days are just gonna be super short.
Okay.
But I figured those would be good days for either like indie stuff, like quick indie stuff, just do like indie game streams or just small progress in longer games or whatever. It'd be good for shorter games. But that probably won't always be the case because, you know, I'm so good at planning. Like I said today, well, I thought up all these basics in the morning and you found me playing 7 days, now I'm playing Cassette Beasts, so whoa.
I want to play 7 days. It looked good.
Cool.
I was like, man, watching you play, I was like, dude, I got an itch.
Largely don't see the difference, but yeah, those few changes, the new skills in the skill trees, the some of the food actually looking like food in your hand, that surprised the hell out of me. I was like, what? They did it? Don't expect what's inside the cans to look good. I'm sure you saw what the inside of that one can looked like. Oh. It all looks like cat food. It all looks like wet cat food. But it's still
Yummy.
better than just that square, whatever it's supposed to be.
The napkin.
Is that a napkin?
Yeah, it's a napkin.
But there's never anything in the napkin, is there? I never noticed
No.
anything. And you were just eating nothing? Oh my god.
You just eat nothing while holding it with a napkin.
Fun pimps, come on. What the hell?
Yummy nothing on napkin.
I mean, it works. But what the fuck?
Why does my food taste like a napkin? What is 1/8 written as a percentage? Fuck. Oh, 12.5%.
Damn.
Right?
Don't ask me, I don't know.
Fuck.
I was
What's
kinda
a
worried
fourth?
where I fell
25?
off in the math. When fractions got introduced, I'm like, okay, I'm kind of done. I don't care.
Yeah, it's 12.5.
I mean, I cared
A
enough
fourth
to
is
pass,
25.
but, like,
Half of 25 is 12.5. So yeah, 12.5
there you go.
as a percentage.
Big brain math. Oh, hi.
Big brain math.
Phew.
Playing a game on my phone.
You're a
Sorry.
captain.
Greetings.
While I eat this doof.
Say.
Food sickles.
I do have a knack for fighting. I just healed up too, so I'm gonna.
Say.
Brian, quick, spell my ass.
I was gonna make a joke, but I realized it doesn't make sense without context. And with context, it's sad. Oh no.
Oh dear. Who messaged me? Oh.
Oh yeah, I got Mushroom Boy here. Damn it. Okay, that's fine. A metal level 36. Oh, right.
Bogus.
What a plastic? Crap, this is stuff to Earth, I think. Damn it. Okay. bunch of stickers. I should just
Mobius.
apply them. Shit.
What?
You're a Mogus. Oh, I can't target that. Cool. Should be targeting you first.
Mogies. Chicken nugget. Chicken nuggets.
Oh,
I'm
yo,
kinda good
wow.
too, but I'm already eating my food.
Nuggets are pretty good. Ah, stop. Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. That's not fine. Okay. What if I texted every phone number from Connecticut until I predicted someone's name? Why Connecticut? What are they, metal?
You're funny.
Bring in metal.
That'd be funny.
It would be interesting, but not quite sure how
Until
that would
one of
go.
them takes you seriously and reports you.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yummy food.
Becomes melee. Can I hit you with a... I can't. Oh, it's UFOs. Funny. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, okay. What you guys are doing? Because if I do the rest of this... Because if I do the rest of the states, it would be a lot of people. Duh. Is Connecticut one of the least populated states? I don't know shit about geography, including my own country, so... Or... Yeah, country, so... I'm not gonna know the answer to that. Oh, is that what that? That's what that is. Okay. Just no. Oh. Check out Mushroom Boy like nothing. That's not. A wall? Controls out of here. Oh, I know what I should be doing. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Faster? I don't remember. Who's
What
faster?
the fuck? What kind of question is this?
Oh.
Oh. Fuck. Oh god. I'm not good at science apparently. What the hell?
Science? What's the question?
What is the name of the jelly-like substance that fills most of an animal cell?
Oh,
Myoplasm, cytoplasm, and neoplasm.
it's
I
Neoplasm,
don't-
obviously. Obviously.
You biased piece of shit.
I don't know the answer. I'm gonna choose one that sounds good to me. And you know what? For some reason, Neoplasm sounds pretty good.
Fuck, I don't... Oh no. I have a streak, man. Fuck. I don't know this. I'm just thinking... Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna guess myoplasm. I'm gonna sound really stupid. I'm gonna guess. Fuck it, I'm just need myoplasm. Fuck you, bastard!
Uh-oh.
I hate you.
What, me?
No, not you.
Okay, don't say you didn't have to listen to me.
No, it wasn't even. I chose Mayo, but
Oh,
it
Mayo.
wasn't. It was Saito.
Saito.
Fuck. This sucks. Alright, let's go again. Loser. Me, I mean, by the way. I'm a loser. You say eh?
I said nah.
Oh.
Oh, you were the second one. Okay. Cool. Yes. That's what I meant to do, goddammit. Okay. That is oddly specific, what the fuck? Going back, I meant to check out a shop.
Do you wanna build a snowman?
No.
Me neither.
I mean, realistically, there's no way in hell I'd be able to right now, so...
Same. Summer. It's hot as fuck over here.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
Oh,
the other day, swear to God, man. The other day,
Uh-huh.
109 degrees. Are you fucking me, dude? Like, dude, no
Right up
way.
the hole.
It was so hot. I hated everything.
That sounds horrible.
I stood outside for an hour because I was
Oh,
waiting. We were waiting for
Jesus.
contractors.
Mhm.
I got fucking sunburned.
Really? Jesus.
Yes. And on my face, no less. My nose,
Oh
my forehead,
God.
and my cheeks were itchy, dude. I fucking hated everything.
Itchy?
Yeah,
Interesting. Jesus Christ.
I hated everything. Not to mention that it looked stupid because like I had like the white edges of the skin, like since they were peeling off. I had that like on my nose. It just looked good. Now, man, this looks dumb. Now I just have like stupid patches of missing skin on my face.
Right, yeah, cause just peeling. Mad peeling.
Yeah,
Ugh.
that's how sunburn works. Let me take your face. It's mine now.
I'm just gonna take this real quick, don't mind me.
Don't mind me. I'm just gonna grab your face and put it on mine. This is my body with your face. Hey guys.
I have
It's
a
like the-
feeling that people aren't gonna like that. I have a strange feeling.
They won't know.
How would they not know? Do tell.
Cause I'll just make it to where it looks like it's my skin, not your skin.
How are you gonna do that?
Easy.
Your skin? How? Your skin's literally peeling, which is why you're taking
Easy.
mine.
Just keep saying easy without explanation.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna cauterize the edges.
Oh, okay. I guess. That could work.
Mickey Mouse. Oh man. In relation to the word envious, what is the word jealous? A synonym. What the? That was an easy ass question. Give me a harder one, dude. I actually don't, because that science kind of fucked me up.
Actually, no. Stop it.
Please don't. Give me a dumb one. Among Us. Doo, doo. Among Us. Oh my fuck. I asked for a hard question. Fuck me. I don't even get a multiple. I don't even get multiple choice. What the fuck is this? I hate you.
My brother just texted me, "Stop, why am I the first person in my friend group to get a tattoo? All his friends are like 16. That would definitely do it. Wait, is brother close in that age too? Where I live, it goes from tolerable to death in an hour, as far as the heat goes. It's... I don't even know if it starts at tolerable. It's either pain or no pain. And for me, it's always pain, because summer it's too fucking hot, winter it's too fucking cold. And we get like maybe 2 weeks of spring and autumn, temperature-wise, so...
Ugh. That sucks.
I'm literally looking at photos I know I'm smiling in, and I have the straightest face. My smile just barely changes. Can't even describe the difference between my resting face and my smile. But I know when I'm smiling, which is good. Oh, okay, 18. That's pretty close. He's gotta be a little careful though. They're all friends from the school band. Oh, that's cool. Oh.
I like my smile. I like my Steam profile. I changed it up to be plant themed.
Plant themed?
Yeah. It's green. I like.
What are you talking about? Oh, okay. From a while ago, I was like, wait, did you change it again? Because I noticed it changed at some point. The whole green background. I don't think I've changed.
I love green.
I think I've changed mine in a hot minute. Yeah, no.
I get bored with like keeping the same customization for a while. I need to change it up every now and then.
No, that's fair. That's why I change mine every now and then. But a lot of the time, I just forget it's even a thing because I don't really hover over my own picture. I go to my own profile.
True. Well, I like that it's an option.
Oh yeah, no, it's so cool.
Bean
What can I put in
in
here?
my bean.
What can you use?
Beans in my beans. Beans in my beans.
This is a 1 energy move? Damn, okay. Poison pollen. I feel that.
Bum 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 bum. What the fuck? Bum 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 bum.
That's 4. Random debuff. That sounds cool.
Debuff.
A woodcutter. Cool. Yes. Shot.
What's your favorite buff? I know I asked what's your least favorite debuff before, but what's your favorite buff?
Oh. Let's see here. In a lot of games, what am I really excited to be able to apply? Or just randomly pick, depending on the game. Gotta think a little more, but I do always enjoy a good simple regen.
Regen's nice.
Give me some HP at the beginning or end of my turn, whichever it is, doesn't matter. Basically the same thing. That's always nice.
I do like regen.
Oh, I do enjoy the magic version as well. You gain magic per turn.
Yeah, magic regen.
Magic, AP, whatever. The special move meter kind of thing.
Right.
I do enjoy that. There's speed ups, defenses, offensive, typical stat ups. Some special ones. Love it. Oh, like reflect is always fun. Reflect or like a physical version if there is one. Those are always fun.
Yeah.
I kind of always forget I have them applied though, because I'll go and try and throw a heal on someone and they have reflect. So, oops.
Oops.
Guess who didn't get the heal? Guess who did? Oh.
Oopsies.
It's still fun. It's still fun. It's always a funny thing. I'm like, oh shit. Okay, well. I don't know. Was no clip count?
No.
Which of those do I enjoy more though? Health and magic regen, reflex.
I got a good one that I like.
I'm trying to think of more unique ones in other games, but maybe I just don't play unique enough ones.
Maybe not.
There's also all like I mean, you can get those in action. Those are like more turn-based ones. Are there any action ones I'm not thinking of here? Kingdom Hearts doesn't really have buffs. Stat games. Oh, this Diablo. What's Diablo? Oh, very Diablo specific, not really. One second.
While you're thinking of that, I'll tell you mine.
Yeah, what you got?
In action RPGs, my favorites are Unbreakable, where like when you get hit, you don't stagger, you don't stop, you don't react. You just take the damage, but you know that you don't your character doesn't react at all. You can just continue
Yeah, you just like recoil.
uninterrupted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are uninterrupted basically.
Okay.
But in turn-based, my favorite I don't know the term for them, but do-over, or you do like a move, but you get to do another one right after. Those are my favorite.
Oh,
in
okay.
turn-based.
Okay. Yeah.
Those are my two favorites.
The once more press turn icon thing. It's kind of cool. I think experiencing. Oh, no, I guess just an extra turn. I played other games that have that. I don't know. I may go with like the special move meter regen, magic AP, whatever. Power points,
Action points, I think.
action points, and some action points, power points, whatever the special move meter is called. In
Usually
said
action
game.
points. Because it's HP, then MP, and then AP.
Oh, so like the general term for those two meters is like action points? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Because some games they have both MP and AP, or like mana is like like for the that's for like abilities that would like help or harm, like help teammates harm enemies like via buffs or stuff. And then like some attacks have like that stuff, but like the AP points are like the big attacks, like the specials.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Usually attacks that would turn the fight to your favor, but they take forever to get.
True. Yeah, okay, yeah. Are there any... just gonna play? Yeah, I guess that's my answer. I can't think of anything else right now, so...
Okay.
And the magic AP meter equivalent. Replenishing while in battle, it's just great.
Okay. Mogus. You're like, shut up! No more Among Us!
No Mungus.
Among Us. Bungus?
Mungus.
Bungus?
That I can get behind.
Which one, Bungus or Wungus?
Yes. I mean, generally, if I had to choose one, Mungus, I guess.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'm not an engineer main, so...
How often are you going to be standing still in battle?
Has literally
running.
anybody else? No. You just don't.
It's especially great on like the characters that like have agile, like Huntress and
Oh, yeah.
Mercenary, because they attack while running.
Mhm.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
Great. Yeah, it's great.
Or if you're
Sexual Tyrannosaurus.
weird engineer, I guess.
The engineer.
Or if they ever fixed his moving turrets to where they do actually sprint.
Oh yeah, they do, but they have to be like stupid far away,
It's, yeah, stupid far away.
like across the map
Like,
far.
yeah, way further than they should be.
Yeah.
Or- yeah, way further than you would think they would start sprinting from. Like, way further. Like you said,
Yeah.
across the map.
It's kind of dumb, kind of ridiculous. Cringe, if I may.
Well, that's okay, that's okay. I'm okay with the game giving me an obvious choice every now and then. Oh, when did I get that? Okay. Both of those on those. What about... Well, no, I need to give you two more. Two more slappers. No, I don't have to. I can wait. You, though... I'm really using this. Can I... Is there anything I can slap on you? Oh, I can give you both of those. I can give you this. What's this? No. Come on, smash. I can give you the one I want to give
Say
you.
you would
though.
smash.
Mountain Smash.
Oh,
It's a move in the game, Mountain Smash.
that straight up sounded like you said you would smash. I was like, what the hell?
Mountain. I did whisper that, but Mountain Smash.
Who we smashing?
The mountain.
I saw the FNAF 2 movie trailer.
I saw that there was a trailer on YouTube on my homepage. I did not click it. Does it look good?
Well, dude, Faceless Bonnie from FNAF 2 was in it.
Ooh,
Oh my god,
looks good.
like he looks fantastic, dude. And Withered Chica was also there too. And Withered Chica, she fucking tell, but it's great because they're supposed to be
Yeah.
like this. Like when you think of FNAF 2 and you think of like who he is, you think Withered Bonnie.
Yeah, 'cause it's just so different looking.
just no fucking face.
Yeah, literally no face.
But like you see him like for like a second in the trailer and
Yeah, it's
like
like,
it's
oh,
perfect.
you're back. Finally.
They did super good. The only thing I say that I don't like about the trailer so far is that it looks. Whereas, like, you know, when we look back at the game, FNAF 2 is a prequel.
Wait,
but, you know, that's
wait.
just-
What does the trailer look like?
It makes it seem like the FNAF 2 movie is a sequel to the first one, because the characters like already know each other and stuff,
Oh.
which is weird because you know
Yeah.
FNAF 2 is a prequel and the original, so it's weird.
I'm not gonna
It's
say
just
I'm
a
too
gripe.
surprised about that. It's clear the movie's
They
its
don't know
own
the lore.
continuity, so from the first
Yeah, they don't
one,
know the
looked
lore.
like, yeah. But still, cool that they have at least core animatronics in there.
They had Mango riding a car.
Like one of those like little carousel kind of things,
No,
like something like that. An
uh,
actual car.
yeah, she was like Mango was on top of the car trying to break the windshield.
Oh, no.
It was kind of menacing looking. Mango's fucking huge.
Really?
He was the size of the car, dude.
Oh, well,
Dude,
one, I
huge.
gotta watch the trailer.
You gotta watch the trailer, dude. You'll see it.
You know what? It's 10 o'clock. Let's end the stream right.
With the FNAF movie trailer.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Make sure the desktop audio's on. Was there a filter on the desktop audio? Let me make sure real quick. There it may not be, because I don't really use it. Filters. There was a filter, okay. It says loud as I am. Let's lower that to -30 like the music is. Okay. Okay, cool, what we got? It's on my home page again. No, it is not. No. Okay, let me go find it. FNAF 2 movie trailer. Oh, let me cut the game audio music from OBS. There we go. Actually, no, I'm gonna forget that's on. Let me just. I already saved. Let me just exit the game real quick.
I think they did. I think they did really well on the FNAF 1 animatronics, like how they look, and I even appreciate how they made Foxy exactly like how he did in the game, where he was broken up and his legs were missing. I love that. And when I saw the trailer for the second one, I was like, man, like, uh, like I have a feeling that if they did it, well, if they did them well in the first one, they're pretty good. The toys look great. The toys look fantastic.
Ooh, good, good. Oh, there was a teaser release three months ago. I completely missed that.
Oh yeah, but you gotta watch like the one that came out like a few days ago.
Oh yeah. From Universal Pictures.
Yeah,
Cool. Let me.
it looks so
I
good.
don't think I have my desktop audio going through. No, I don't.
Who's coughing over there? Shut the hell up.
Wasn't me. Definitely was not me. I heard that on your end.
No, it wasn't you.
All right, what we got? How much is gonna be for you guys? Okay.
I hope you see Mangle on car.
Definitely not the Freddy's I remember.
You're thinking of the franchise location. This is the original. Nobody's been here for decades. Some little girl got murdered here.
Ooh.
Do you guys hear that?
Hear what?
Is this a character from the first movie? This blonde girl?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so she's new.
She's new, yeah.
Oh, that present's big.
Oh yeah, the music box.
Are you scared of the puppet?
Puppet's scary,
I
dude.
mean, if it's that tall, I'd be scared too.
Being normal?
The puppet's scary.
I'm pretty far.
Okay, here's.
Considering what we've been through.
Was it Mike and Vanessa?
How's Abby?
Right?
Yeah, Mike and Vanessa.
Definitely not game continuity if Vanessa's here.
Friends?
Yeah, Vanessa's not even supposed to be in the game until like security breach.
Yeah.
It's only giving her false hope.
Technically VR actually.
No, technically, yeah. Audio appearance only.
Yeah,
Unless you count a mask, but I don't.
I don't.
That's definitely not terrifying. Listening to a toy.
I know, right?
Oh, okay. Mango in the vents. Oh.
Where?
Oh, Freddy's like, no, open back up.
Everywhere.
Oh, that puppet looked way more human-sized than I thought.
I don't want to.
Oh, yeah, that was Mangle.
I'm not done with you.
Mangle on the car.
you saw it?
Jeez. I think it's
Yeah,
huge.
she's huge, dude.
There's no way that'll work.
Oh, yeah, that's what that. Oh, that was Bonnie. Faceless Bonnie.
They look so good, right?
It did look really
Like, for the
cool.
second you saw them, they looked so good.
Literally like a second.
Like that's what you want. You want them to look like how they do in their media.
That Withered Chica looks really good.
She does, right? She
Really
looks
good.
creepy.
Holy shit.
She looks great. Like I love it.
Oh my god, I didn't notice that when the trailer was playing normally. Mike actually puts the mask over like in front of his face.
Yeah, the mask on.
It's like no.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not who you just saw a second ago, and yeah, there's Bonnie. That's pretty cool. That's pretty
Dude,
cool.
they look so good, dude.
I mean, to
Like,
be
they
fair,
look
they
so
looked
good.
the animatronics looked great in the first movie, so I would have
Yeah,
hoped
they
that they'd
did.
look as good in this one, and they do. They do. All of them do.
Yeah, they look great. The toys look good too.
No, definitely. I mean, I think that yeah, they didn't show Bonnie. They just showed Toy Freddy and Toy Chica.
Well, yeah, I don't think they showed Toy Bonnie. I think you see his hand though, but like,
Oh, do you?
it's not really
Somewhere.
much to show. Somewhere, I think, yeah.
We're giving you Withered Bonnie. You just get to see Toy Bonnie's hand. Man, a split second of Withered Foxy.
Oh, Withered Foxy has like the full model of Withered Foxy has to look awesome. Withered Foxy was probably one of the better looking ones. Actually,
I mean,
no, they all look good. All the Withereds look good.
he looked cool, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't watch the first movie, so I don't know how it ends. But what the fuck? I thought that William got spring locked. What the fuck is this? Back?
That's what I
I
thought
mean,
too,
he
but
always comes back, so I
maybe they
shouldn't
are
be
doing a
surprised.
prequel.
But what the fuck?
Maybe they are. I don't know. It's kind of weird. They're in like the middle of like prequel sequel where like he's fine, but like they know each other. It's kind of weird.
Wait, what? Really?
It's kind of weird because like at the end of the first movie, they had like that scene where William got spring locked. He didn't die. I don't think he did.
Oh, okay.
But you were watching him get spring locked while the four animatronics were surrounding him. So like you'd think he was dead. But then like when I saw the trailer, like his suit was fine. Like it looked like there was no injury on it. So it's like that part seems like a prequel.
That is
But then
true.
it's weird that Mike and Vanessa know each other when they met in the first movie. That part seems
That is true. His
so
suit
it's kind
is
of weird.
fine, but keep in mind there could just be different suits at different locations. It makes sense
I mean-
that he wouldn't drag around the same old suit to every place. I mean, he could, but like,
Isn't that what William did in the games though?
I don't know. It's possible.
I don't know.
I have no idea. I don't think there's any real. I don't know. I don't know if that's in the lore or not.
Me neither.
Is it the
All I
same
know is
suit?
the
or is it a
trailer looked
different
good.
suit? I guess I assumed he did not because I guess since he's always in the same suit after 3, because he's kind of stuck in there. I guess I assumed he just kept the same suit, but I mean it makes sense that there were multiple suits at different locations even before he started this murder spree.
Because what I remember was like from what I remember from the FNAF 3 phone calls, when like it's the instead of like the surfer sounding dude, he's talking about like how like how the Fredbear and Spring Bonnie suits are like deemed unsafe, so like they were limited, like they were the only two to exist.
Were they the only two?
So that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
Oh.
they're the only two Springlock suits to exist. So that's why I was thinking like that's weird that it's that he's fine in the second movie when it seems like so far that they were making it seem like a sequel, which is weird. I don't know.
That was established
we'll
in
get
the
the
first
questions
movie
answered.
that the suits were limited?
Ye-
Because if it wasn't,
it was
if it was
established
not
in the game
yeah, but the
that the
movie,
suits were limited.
this is clearly a different
Movie, I
continuity
don't
with
think
Vanessa.
so.
So if
Yeah,
it wasn't
I don't think
established,
so.
then it's possible that in the movie canon there's multiple suits.
Yeah,
that is
you're right.
true.
Yeah. Yes.
But that is true, like Boko said. If he actually got spring locked in the first movie, like you said, Boko said, "You're telling me William would rip out each spring from his muscles?" That is true. He would have to physically pull himself out the suit. Maybe it's just a continuity error. Oops.
Unless he's dead in that in the
Or
movie
he's-
trailer. Unless he's dead.
True, but you would still think there's like. Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't actually see the scene. Did like any blood get on the outside of the suit or anything?
No.
Okay, well, maybe he's dead in there. Dead in there, or he just didn't die. One of the two. He always comes back, so.
He does say when he puts the helmet on, I always come back in the movie.
Okay.
Oh.
Maybe he's got the same supernatural bullshit then he does in the game. Where he just doesn't die.
The
no
whole
matter what
movie is
happens.
the whole series is about supernatural. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, but
yeah.
these kids aren't coming back to life. William's coming back to life in the games over and over when he's supposedly spring locked.
That's true.
He was spring locked in the past, right? Then Michael burns him in 3, burns him again in 6. Right now,
And then he gets burned
not
another time in
not for
security
Nessa's
breach.
location. Then yeah, one of the endings, if it's canon, he gets burned again in security breach. This dude he keeps coming back. I don't see the kids
doesn't
coming
die.
back. I mean, the kids possess the suits. That's coming back in a way, but like, those kids clearly ain't the same. This dude is the
Yeah,
same.
he just doesn't die. He doesn't die. He doesn't give up. His soul's too strong. He's got too much aura.
Way too much. Well, they're making at least 3 movies, so we'll see what happens with movie 3's
man.
trailer.
Honestly, I feel like the third movie would slap. because it's all about Springtrap or Afton.
Right.
It would have to be.
Right? Like, just, I mean, you know the Phantoms will be in this somehow, but the main thing would just be
Yeah.
Springtrap, which means we will get to see Springtrap in the Springtrap suit, like as Springtrap.
Yeah, we would get to
Hopefully,
see
at least.
Scott's,
Hopefully.
we would get to see one of Scott's best character designs live action.
Right?
I
Like,
hope they do Springtrap.
I don't know
justice.
if they'd be able to. I would think so, because it's a fucking horror movie. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what's involved.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a horror movie, so I would hope they would. And not try and
Yeah.
PG that shit down.
I would hope that they make Springtrap look exactly like how he does in the. And if they have him look like that, I hope they have he lifts up his see the corpse face inside. I hope that they can do that, dude. That would be peak. That would be absolutely amazing.
Right, that would
I don't
be
care how stupid it would look.
great.
It would just be awesome.
Yeah, because like the look itself isn't scary. It's not.
No,
But
it never has been.
the thought, or like not the thought, but like, well, yeah, the thought, the mental
Yeah, the
side of
thought.
it.
Yeah,
That's what makes it so cool.
the fact that you're able to see like just from Strauss standing there, and you're just of a person inside,
Yeah.
like behind the suit. That's crazy.
Yeah, shit, the top two
But
comments.
if they do make the third movie, I hope that they do justice on Springtrap. They've already done justice on the others. Like all the other
Right.
ones look great.
Like, there's no reason realistically not to. There's no reason to.
Yeah,
We just have to hope that Hollywood, I guess, the censorship team, whoever, doesn't get in the way.
yeah.
Also,
And
like,
if they ever do continue the movies and make a movie for, I really hope that they do justice on these characters. If they do a movie, if they do a sister location movie, and would they do like all the fun times with Baby and Laura,
those
dude,
would look so good.
or Ennard. If they do Ennard, Ennard's gonna be probably the craziest one.
Right, that thing would
All
look
of them.
insane.
I've seen there's a channel on YouTube that actually made Ennard. Fantastic.
Wait. They made Ennard what?
They made Ennard in real life. There was
Really?
a channel on YouTube somewhere that made Ennard, and they made him look exactly like how he does in the fucking game, dude. They even made it to where like his mask would, which is something I'm thinking about too. Like if they make the fun times, I really hope that they also, because that's cool. Scott made peak.
Yeah, no, he definitely has some great designs.
He does, yes. I mean, there's one design out there that doesn't. That isn't peak, but aside from that, every other design, fire.
Yeah, there's definitely some questionable choices.
Looking at Afton,
But
from 6,
so fucking stupid.
fucking peanut head over there.
So fucking stupid. But the point is that Springtrap is peak.
Springtrap is peak, yes. And if they make a sister location movie, Ennard has to be peak.
They would have to. They would have to. I don't
Yeah,
think they will. Like, they'll make it, but if they did, they would have to.
yeah. Hopefully they do,
It'd be cool.
but that won't be till like 2028.
But like, also, what the hell would the movie even be? It's like the prequelest prequel out there.
You would see
As far as
Mike get scooped.
Done got scooped.
Dumb got scooped.
I love Freddy Spaghetti.
Freddy
The fuck I
Spaghetti.
said. Let's see here. Show the trailer to me in 2016. I wouldn't believe it. You're telling me William would. Oh yeah, that. I think Springtrap has to be cool because the concept is cool. That's why I'm excited for the Springtrap rebrand in PC2. I feel like Molten Freddy would look so cool. I love Freddy Spaghetti. Or Scrap Baby.
Molten Freddy?
I think Scrap Baby and Molten Freddy look cooler than Ennard. I don't know about Molten Freddy. He looks okay, but
Molten Freddy is just Ennard, but with Freddy mask and severely broken.
yeah, I'm not gonna say this looks better than Ennard. It doesn't look bad, just I don't know about better.
I prefer Ennard's mask because it looks more creepy than Molten Freddy's Freddy mask. Like his mask looks more human, which is eerie.
I think that the rusted Freddy mask looks cool. The Booker said.
My favorite design from Sister Location is actually Ballora, because first of all, she looks the most humanoid, and that's kind of
Ballora.
eerie.
Mm-hmm.
And then two, like when she opens her mask and you see like under like the endoskeleton, face, her endoskeleton face is the creepiest one out of all, excluding Ennard. It's creepy.
That is true, yeah. The face opens up.
Especially since she has her eyes closed majority of the time, and she only opens them when her face plate's open.
She's
That sounds
like,
creepy.
my face is open, so are my eyes. Come here.
Yeah, she's creepy.
It is oddly human. What the fuck?
The fact that they're human is creepy, eerie. Because it's always been about animals.
That is true, yeah. 1, 2. I mean, 2 had Balloon Boy, but it doesn't quite look human. Like, it looks human, but it's not like humanly proportioned.
Yeah.
3, 4. 4 definitely doesn't. 5, yeah, no. Up to that point, Below is the most human looking one out of them all.
Yeah, she is. Baby's supposed to be human too, but like she just looks so unhuman. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I see it. Like the proportions are a little weird. She doesn't like she's the size of like a kid, but she's not. She's proportioned like a kid, but she's not. She doesn't look like
Yeah.
like size aside, like her aesthetic doesn't scream kid. Her voice definitely doesn't scream kid.
Yeah.
But she is, because she scooped up the daughter.
Yeah, she ate the daughter.
Basically.
She said, "Come here," and then
And then she gained claws in 6.
somehow
Found them somewhere. She was like, these could be useful.
she gained a giant hand and a massive claw. But I like how Ennard looks in Sister Location. In 6, he looks. I mean, he's just Freddy, but he's just a bunch of wires with a Freddy mask. But I don't know. I don't really like the mask. I prefer his mask when he's Ennard. Looks more eerie that way.
No, that's fair. I think it looks
It's
okay,
even more eerie
but
because
eh.
it's even more eerie because it doesn't. It's not like in like the screenshots. I mean, in the game it is, but like in the screenshots, it's always that his left side is open. It's never closed. It's just unhinged.
Yeah, it's always staring, always looming,
Yeah,
ever present,
creepy.
ever watching.
I like it though. Epic.
Because baby wasn't designed with adult human proportions. Exactly, that's the problem. The voice and the aesthetic doesn't match the size.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's what? I'm past due.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Oop. Oh, you're good. I'm the one who said, you know what? Let's end this right. What is it? 4? Yeah, 4. There we go. That music going? Yeah, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Just kidding.
Just kidding.
No.
Somehow.
Yes, it's going. It's going. God, there's too many fucking audio mixes in this thing. But they're all useful in one manner or another, so I gotta keep them. Yeah. Anyways, I'm still bad at intros, so here's the end of the stream. Thank you everybody who watched. 7 days is gonna be out the table for a bit till I get a new CPU, but literally anything else should be fine, because 7 days is stupidly heavy on the resources.
Yeah, it is. It's not really optimized very well.
I'm betting something like the Forest or Raft, whatever. What other open world games do I have? Literally anything else will run better. That I have will run better. while streaming than 7 days at the moment. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure I streamed 7 days with this computer before, so maybe it's the model. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the extra percentage of power for VTube Studio and VBridger take up that space.
It's enough.
It's enough because, you know, I was running 7 days on almost max graphics before stream, getting a solid 90 frames. And then I start streaming with OBS open, VBridger, VTube Studio, and yeah, can't even consistently hit 50 with almost lowest settings. So, I don't know.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. Alrighty, see you all next time. Today's Tuesday, right?
Peace.
Yeah, so Thursday. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.